Hi, hello, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, whenever you are. I hope you're having a fabulous time. What's today? Sunday? Relaxing, nice Sunday. I hope it's been like that for y'all. Personally, I was working on my ballot this morning. That was a nightmare. Couldn't really call it relaxing, but it was at least quiet. I had 2 coffees today, and since we're playing a maturely rated game, I am going to be puffing. I'm going to be on my blinky game as much as I want. Thank you very much. I've had 2 days off, yesterday and today. Yesterday I played Magic with some friends and cleaned my entire house. The latter was first. Yeah. We did laundry all day because we were so behind on it from being on set. Just to jump right into the catch-up game. For real. Like, there's no time to waste right now. It's all good. I appreciate y'all being here. I really do. I know it's been tough lately because I haven't been streaming every day due to being on set for 12 hours every single freaking day. Holy crap, it's exhausting. But it's what I love to do, so, it comes with some ups and downs. I also love to do this, so being able to do both is such a vibe, and I'm appreciative for it, and I'm appreciative for you guys who show up when I can be on. Gotta blast off to the Instagram-sphere. I really don't. I actually hate Instagram, to be honest, but I do know that it's a platform that people use. So I'm really bad at posting on Instagram too, to be honest. Okay, little. I'm really bad at using Instagram as far as I don't consider myself an influencer, but as far as posting influential contents, not my thing. I try to be authentic on Instagram because I know it's lacking there for sure, but it's still also impossible to do so sometimes when it's not impossible. Actually, I take that back. It's not impossible to be authentic on Instagram at all times. It's just not fun. It's not fun, and if I was being 100% real all the time on Instagram, it wouldn't be a fun experience for other viewers. But at the same time, I believe social media platforms are different ways to determine who a person is, because so much of us are so much of us are woven into our accounts, and each platform has different rules and different vibes, if you will, and different purposes. How did I get into a conversation about social media? That's crazy. But I do really think that it's important to talk about because there is a media literacy that comes with social media, and especially if you're taking information that you're getting on social media seriously, you need to know, we all need to know and be aware of the reason that each platform is there, and I think that Instagram's reasoning is really just to make life look pretty. There's not really a lot of real shit going on Instagram. Now, my feed, and I'm sure other people's feeds in general, are a little bit more full of, genocide and people being unfairly treated, not just across the pond, but here. You stopped looking at Twitter. That's fair. Also, hi, Navin and Murphy. What's up? My little lurk bot. Hi, Scorp. Darling, how you doing? Yeah, look, Twitter can be extremely toxic. It can also be extremely based. I think that as far as a platform is allowed to go, it can go just as far in the other direction. Unfortunately, with how based it can be, there can also be a lot of hate allowed. And I personally think that some hate is allowed. You're allowed to hate racists, you just are. It's okay. Because they suck. And if they hate other people based on the color of their skin, ew. You know what I mean? So, those people are allowed to be hated. Um, we're gonna play Little Misfortunes today. Hi, Fuentes. How are you doing? Happy extra hour of sleep. Woohoo! I forgot about that. I literally forgot it was daylight savings, dude. I slept for so long. I slept until 11:30 today. Yesterday, I slept in. Not really. I didn't really actually sleep in. I mean, slept in compared to work, yeah. But I got up at 8 and then got up at 9:30. I got up at 8 because Freya got groomed. And then I woke up after planning a meal prep week, which I'm going to do after this stream. Today I got to sleep in big till 8 or 11:30. That's crazy. That's crazy late, baby. And I'm happy I did it, and I wouldn't take it back for the world. But yeah, getting my ballot done today was felt accomplished, but also just reminded me of some of the reasons that I do feel hopeless in these elections, because, you know, at the end of the day, we're reading these candidates and it's like they're all politicking. We never really know what they're actually going to do. Any of the propositions and measures that they're fighting for, some of them won't be regulated. If you know, for example, if one of the measures is allocating more funds to homelessness and preventing that. And some of the language can be so vague that you're like, okay, you're going to raise the taxes to prevent homelessness and to help people that are already homeless by building more buildings. Okay, so like, where's the proof that y'all have been doing that already? Because this isn't the first time this proposition is like crossed in front of me. And it's kind of overwhelming sometimes to think about all the measures. And there's even a proposition or a measure this election codifying gay marriage, which, first of all, crazy that's not already a thing, but, you know, not really that crazy given the trajectory of this country. I don't like you feeling helpless. You are the future. Not me. We are the future, dude. Like, people under 70... We're the future. I didn't want to say 70, but it's like people over 70 are the ones that think they're the future and are trying to control the future. That's what my point is like, that's so fucking crazy because y'all are like literally about to die. You didn't vote. Well, you still have time to. Congrats on voting. Thank you very much. You're allowed to hate yes. Yes, you are allowed to hate them as well. Yeah, I think it's really important to vote. At the same time, it unfortunately doesn't have as much power as it should and has much power as we're led to believe it does. With that being said, I still would highly encourage you to vote. I voted and looked through every single person that was on the ballot, all the measures on both sides, arguments for both sides. It took me probably a total of 6 hours to get through the entire ballot over the last few weeks. So I don't take it lightly, but I also know that there's only a certain amount of power that voting can have given the fiscal power behind voting or fiscal power behind elections. There's so much more hate, but out in the open. Yeah, and arguably that might be better. That might be better. You know, like it might be better to have the hate out in the open because now we can see people for who they really are. The argument against the codifying of gay marriage was that it was so confusing. Like, I also don't like the wording of a lot of this stuff because it really confuses people. And I believe it's meant to do that, so that people can get their way and make something seem like different than it is, or that it's being implemented for a reason differently than it is. The codifying of gay marriage, there was the against it was saying, if you vote yes on this, it will allow for marriages within families, so it'll allow for incest, it'll allow for child marriages, it'll allow for all this. The specificity from what I read on the measure is taking out the wording marriages between a man and a woman in the California Constitution. That's what it was saying. So I'm not like I'm not sure how that has to do with the age, and then it's saying like, oh no, it'll allow for polygamy and all this stuff, but that's not what it's talking about in the measure. Also, I thought it was a sus move that a Lutheran church was in support of the yes, and I was like, are they trying to trick us? What is going on? It's confusing. Like, you have a Lutheran church who you would expect to vote against the codifying of gay marriage, but they're voting for it, and then you have an opposing side saying that you should not vote for it because it will allow for abysmal marriages, if you will, to happen and to take place. Although, like, I'm not sure how the wording of marriages between a man and a woman prevents incest or prevents child marriages. So I, as a gay person, as a queer human being in this fucking country, of course I want to codify the legalization of gay marriage and take out the wording men and women, because we've already seen what a lack of codification to something like this that a state took upon itself to make legal for people, such as abortion, that wasn't codified. And years after it was allowed for us, look where we are now. It wasn't codified, and now it's not legal in many states in the country. So 6 hours, it would take me 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I really just wasn't well versed in a lot of the smaller electors, I don't know, like the state and city based ones. I wasn't really schooled on the county and city based stuff, so that was a lot of the research I was doing. And then the measures that have to do with all of the measures and propositions, I was trying to do proper research on, because they can be misleading. It can be very confusing. But in the end, I will say the one that took me the least amount of time was the president one. And that was even tough because I don't feel like our presidential votes matter as much as we are led to believe they do. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. But, with the Electoral College in such high power and how we've seen past elections go, given that power, it's kind of discouraging. But I did vote, and I voted third party. So I'll stand on that shit. We'll play Little Misfortunes. Part of me wanted to maybe do some just chatting and watch some political stuff today. Depending on how I feel later, we might do that. We might snap. I feel like we should be taking it upon ourselves to make sure we're doing a lot of the work for the election, but at the same time, I do understand that it could be tedious, it could be exhausting, it could be discouraging, it could be boring. So I'm happy to go through some of that with y'all later, some of the at least some of the countrywide stuff that's going on, and maybe discuss it a bit. I'm always happy to discuss that shit in Discord too, or on Twitter. But yeah, if you have questions, if you guys ever have questions about like anything with politics, if I don't know the answer, we can find it together. But I'm happy to talk about that stuff and discuss beliefs and ethics with y'all, because I feel that it's important to have knowledge on what you believe and such, and why you believe it, and also how to make decisions on your own about what you believe versus doing what society tells you to do. So yeah, I hope that even though it can be discouraging to vote, for my Americans in the chat, I really hope that y'all consider doing it, because it's not in the same way that this expression is usually used, but it's the least that we could do. It's the least that we could do, if not out there petitioning and lobbying more or less the same thing. For a better tomorrow, we can at least cast our votes for the things that we believe in. With that being said, let's jump into some misfortunes. Some little misfortunes, but misfortunes nonetheless. Some tiny, I guess her name is Little Misfortune, so that's not even the same thing. Wow, that was silly and goofy of me. Anyways, let's do this. I want to make sure that, okay, cool. Music volume, everything's up. And it's up, then it's up, but it's not that kind of up, you know? It's the good kind of up. Oh yeah, I forgot where we were. We can keep talking about this stuff too, because this game is like a little bit slower than what I'm used to as far as puzzle games. It is fun. I also feel like we're about to get to a part where it'll start to pick up, which is nice. So we found these last time. We found these items. Essentially what we're doing is we're trying to kill this scary beast in the forest. Very, very equal to like what we're trying to do with elections. Except the forest is the White House. So that's crazy. I forgot about this. What is this? What is this? As the ultra reality forms in hand with concept. Did I take a picture? Is this where I was boomer screenshotting? Okay, yeah. The victim seems to have forgotten his or her identity. The victim is already dead but doesn't realize it. The victim believes the illusions of the beyond are real. The victim sympathizes with the parasite, deforms reality and absurdity. Boy! Alright. Let's move on. I don't know what's happening. Gosh, I really can't get my mind to accept that I'm playing a game right now. I think I might just switch to just chatting. Like, I like this game, but I fear... that I'm not in the mode to play it right now. Like, I just feel like this shit is too dire. The election's in 3 days. You're gonna go back home? Good. Maybe you should go back home. Are you gonna go back home? Oh no, you're not going to yet. Alright, fuck this shit. Retreat, kids. Oh. Okay, first of all, let me switch this to just chatting, because we're gonna just chat today. There's no need for all this extra stuff. There's enough going on. I don't really want to play games right now. I want to watch and observe and chat. You feel me? So let's do that. Do I even have a screen for that right now? I don't know. Do I? Do I indeed? I guess we could try to make it. Yeah? Oh, there's one. Tis mid. Okay. We need to open these up. Da, 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 ooh. I wanted to watch first. I know this is like a crazy one to start on, just to go straight for it, but I just wanted to show the video of Claudia de la Cruz's, you know, her pitch, if you will, as president, and we can talk about it because I think it's an interesting video. And is this gonna let me make it full screen? And also, I can't have it full screen that way. I just need it on here, full screen. And then that way I can put it on here. 6 hours. Whew-wee. Let's see here. Give me a second, friends. Beep, 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 beep. Alpha, sure. Thank you for the resub, darling. I'm so happy to have you. Thank you, thank you. That's good stuff. Makes me happy. And then we can... Okay, hold on. Hold on. Y'all want to see what I'm doing? You can. There you go. Surprise. Let's see here. Google's, is that what that is? Yeah, we don't want that. That's what we want. That is a huge window, dog. We don't need all that. Woesies. But yeah, I think this video is kind of, I don't know, like, worth the watch. Just because it kind of, it describes what a lot of people are saying that they want. And also, I don't think that Claudia de la Cruz is being, like, pushed enough, which I'm not one for any politician. Like, I think all politicians are politicking. So, you know, what they say has to be taken with a grain of salt. But what they say still exists and still speaks to their values, even if it's not completely true to their values. Like, even if they are getting paid to say it, for a lack of better words. And there are no better words, because that's quite literally what it is sometimes. It usually just comes down to money. And I think that, like, having such extreme politics on the opposite side, or on the far right, has allowed for a video which I don't think is that extreme in terms of points and rights. I don't think that this video is that extreme. I just think that it's kind of, like, obvious. However, like, you know, the extremities on the right allow for this extreme of a left.
No matter who wins this election, the truth is that we have a fight on our hands. This was never about Trump or Harris.
Pandering or lobbying.
From the day we started this campaign, we said we're up against
I think those two are kind of hand in hand.
A system where politicians answer to the lobbyists, not their voters.
Pandering or lobbying, like, hold on, just for funsies, pandering meaning to gratify or indulge, and then, oh no, yeah, I mean, because to gratify or indulge, lobbying is, you know, you're essentially trying to, like, push a topic that's not important enough to make it more important. Wait, what does it say? Lobby, not, okay, not like a hotel lobby, please. What? Seek to influence. Yeah. So they both are kind of, I want to say pandering, pandering to a certain audience, but at the same time, lobbyists are trying to, like, change minds as well, versus pandering is trying to, like, satisfy what people want from it. That's my take on the differences. Okay, anyways.
A system that presents two options, but for all intents and purposes, represents a single billionaire agenda.
But don't take it from me, Claudia, the socialist. Take it from the capitalist, the CEO of BlackRock.
Larry Fink just declared, "I'm tired of hearing this is the biggest election in your lifetime. The reality is, over time, it doesn't matter."
BlackRock manages $11.5 trillion in assets. That's 40% of the whole country's GDP. He knows he has nothing to fear, either Democrats or Republicans in charge. Right now, nearly 2/3 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck in the wealthiest country in the world. The leading cause of bankruptcy in America is medical debt. Test scores in America are hitting the lowest levels in decades because of the gutting of public education.
Americans now face record levels of drug use and suicide. Towns and cities have been hollowed out, yet the only thing we're ever told is that...
And so something to keep in mind too is, like, you know, having extreme left views has been... There has been a mission on the part of Democrats and Republicans, in my opinion, to make anything past a certain point left seem absolutely demonic and within the best or the worst interests of the country, and when in reality it's just in the worst interests of capitalism and probably in the worst interests of white supremacy too. And so, like, there's always going to be those topics that could go either way, that they could act like they're passionate about, but really are just saying it because it's, like, less important in the grand scheme of things, making it seem like, for example, that making it seem like the fentanyl movement has to do with, like, immigration. That's I don't think that's what they're trying to do, but like that's what a lot of politicians like to do, including Kamala Harris, including Donald Trump. They make it seem like immigration equates to what like the rise in fentanyl, when in reality, like American citizens are the ones moving in the most fentanyl. So it's just important to be aware of little things that are implemented into arguments like that, where they're talking about like you know, the war on drugs or whatever the fuck. But okay, yeah.
Our choice is between these two parties, the very people who have created and managed this social crisis.
They're running out of ammunition in Israel. We have to help our friends to keep the war over there from coming here.
It was a bipartisan Congress that sent over $200 billion to Ukraine and Israel to fight proxy wars and live stream genocides.
It's a bipartisan Congress that spends $1.5 trillion a year on war. We just watched an election where two major parties fought over who will give more to the Pentagon.
It proves that this is not a Democrat issue. It is not a Republican issue. Both parties see maintaining a global military empire as more important than meeting the most basic needs of their voters.
So it's the same thing talking about the wars. Have you read Why We're Polarized? No. I can pull that up for the queue though. I don't need to do it right there. It's the same thing with the wars and stuff, talking about like the Ukraine proxy war and stuff. Like, why is it a proxy war versus a real war? Why is it not, like, is it a distraction? Is it something to point at instead of the genocide that's happening? Like, these could all be things that are the reason. And also, another one of those talking points that's like, yeah, well, of course that's right. But in this case, like, the of course that's right is double-sided, because the of course that's right is, well, of course we should be supporting Ukraine because they're a smaller country and they don't have the backing that Russia has. And then when you look on the other hand, when you see the Palestinians versus Israel, it's the same exact situation. It's not at all, by the way. Palestine has been under an occupation for over 70 years. But it's the same in the sense of a smaller country that has essentially no power, and having another country that is fueled and propped up by some of the biggest economies in the world, including our own, and you know, yet we don't give them the same nod of course Palestine should have backing by the US. Of course they should have protection from the occupation that they're under, and not be allowed to have, and Israel should not be allowed to have an occupation on them. Those are the things where it's like a double standard too. So talking about Ukraine and, oh, for Ukraine, that's like an obvious, I mean, maybe it's not obvious, but I feel that it's a very obvious tell that you're full of shit. If you think that Ukraine should not have to be in this war, yet you think that Palestine is like, you think that Russia should let off Ukraine, but you think that Israel is right, that's kind of bullshit to me. It's a book about the history of the two-party system and when we became so polarized, I mean, in America. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a book. Have you told me about this before? By the way, Amanda's my best friend, so hi, Amanda. Everyone say hi, bestie. Love you. But have you told me about this book before? I don't know. I feel like we've never talked about this, but maybe we have. History. Wait, what is it called? Why Are We Polarized? Okay, let's go back to this.
I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has
I did a
the
couple years ago.
ability
Okay.
to defend itself.
A couple years ago, damn.
Over the last year, we've watched how undemocratic the capitalist agenda really is.
We saw the monopolization of the media, the consolidation of power in the hands of big tech, corporate control.
Can I just say that I'm pretty sure most of the media has been monopolized, like, and when I say monopolized, I don't mean like they're all working for, like, you know, the same billionaire, but also like maybe, yeah. I meant more they've been monopolized within themselves for, you know, whether it's this party or that party. You've been bought out. You've been subjected to not giving your objective views on what's happening, but rather fueling a narrative that is not backed by the truth, but in fact backed by whoever signs the biggest check. And then when it gets into like, oh, which party is it? Well, then that's when you have the conversation about what's the difference between the Republican and Democratic Party, aside from the things that they like to flare out in the air. What's the difference capitalistically? What's the difference where their money goes? And their main goals with capitalism, and how that dissipates into the other issues that they seemingly have a different stance on. I think that was pretty clear. Okay.
For our food, water, land, energy, banks buying up all of the housing in this country. Big pharma,
Another
the
big
military
topic, rent
industrial
control
complex,
for
literally
Los Angeles
writing our
anyways.
laws.
We live in a corporate dictatorship with two parties. And that's why they're so afraid of us and other third-party campaigns. They tell us that running a third party is pointless.
And then they tried to block us at every turn. They kept us out of the debates. They removed us from the ballot in some states.
That's scary.
Where we collected enough signatures.
Pennsylvania High Court rules against two third-party candidates trying for presidential ballot. Now, I'm actually curious about this. I don't know if any of y'all know if this was like it doesn't feel like they ruled out the concept of having a third party on the ballot, but it removed two third-party candidates. Oh, does that mean like there's only one allowed on the ballot now? I need to know that, because that's a swing state too. So that's Pennsylvania removes third party voting. No way. Court declines RNC to intervene. Wait. Supreme Court sides with the Democrats in Pennsylvania. Okay. Pennsylvania. I don't like that the Supreme Court is siding with them. That might mean that it's like actually shit. Left up. Okay. The U.S. Supreme Court on Friday left in place a lower court ruling that for now allows Pennsylvania voters to cast provisional ballots if their mail-in ballots have been invalidated. Okay, that doesn't answer my question at all. Does this have anything to do with third party? I'm gonna control F it. Third. There's 0 things that say third party on here. What are you talking about? Third party candidate Cornel West. Ugh, not that. Removes third party voting. What the fuck? I don't even see anything about this. Am I just looking in the wrong places? Court declines RNC request. Requires election boards in the state. I think that it's misunderstanding what my question is. Removes third party candidates. Maybe that'll be better. From ballot, yeah. Third party candidate loses bid. Oh. Federal judges turned down Cornell to be included in the presidential ballot in the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, expressing his sympathy for his claim but saying it's too close to election day to make changes. Okay, well, that's the laws that apply to him based on the record before the court appear to be designed to restrict ballot access to him and other non-major political candidates for reasons that are not entirely weighty or tailored and thus appear to run afoul of the Constitution. Okay, yeah, that's kind of crazy. He's like not politically important enough to be on the ballot. Is that what they're saying? Because how the did Donald Trump get on the ballot in 2016? That's crazy. That's crazy. He's a professor of philosophy and Christian practice at the Union Theological Seminary in New York. Would likely draw for more votes away from the Democratic nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. Okay. Are they saying that's a reason why they didn't let him in? Because he would take votes from Kamala? Like, please, holy crap. I don't understand. Like, I don't know much about Cornel West, I'm going to be honest. I know there's, like, stuff named after him, but that's about it. What's going on with him? Is he good? Is he bad? Him working for, like, the theological sector of the school could be good or bad, honestly, because Are you pushing Christian nationalism, or are you just trying to teach Christianity in a way that's accepting and loving? You feel me? All right, let's go back to this. I don't know if I'll probably end up trying to find this later, but eliminating third-party candidates is scary, though. Hopefully that
And in
doesn't
Georgia,
happen.
they put us on the ballot, but the Democrats sued so that people who vote for us won't have their votes counted.
The mask is coming off. It's no wonder nearly 2/3 of Americans want third-party options. Congress approval rating is currently 16%. Their legitimacy is hanging on by a thread. That's why they see us as a threat. That's why they work so hard to convince people that there's no alternative.
The corporate media feeds us this narrative that the country is divided between red and blue, between Democrat and Republican. But what this election has made clear for all of us is that it's not about red or blue. The question is billionaires or the planet?
The stock market or the future of our children? Global war or one common human family?
People are looking for a fight back. People are starting to realize that working people of all nationalities have more in common with each other, common interests, than we do with the billionaires. That the billionaires are the real enemy. That they are the ones who are pitting us against each other, telling us to hate immigrants, poor people, China, Russia, whoever scapegoat they find next.
Wall Street has their project to generate super profits off your backs no matter what. They have a plan to keep rising the cost of rent, of food, of gas, and healthcare.
They have a plan to use AI for massive job destruction to bust unions, instead of harnessing that technology to solve social problems. They have no plan for how to mitigate the climate catastrophe.
But they do have...
I haven't heard any talk about what either side has wanted to do with AI. I assume... Actually, that's not true. I feel like on more conservative ends, I've definitely heard it being used more for capitalizing on identities and taking and utilizing AI for doing jobs that people actually enjoy doing, for a lack of better words. So, but like also that's going to funnel up into what what each company's beliefs are and how they choose to implement AI. The importance with each side politically knowing what they're going to do with AI is how they'll implement laws and restrictions on what companies can and can't do. So AI exists. People can use it in any way that they are capable of. Where laws and regulations come in are the restrictions of what you can do with AI, right? Or the use of it to, you know, like for the protests for SAG, for example, a lot of background actors were worried because their likeness can be used if it had passed, if their plan had gone through, which I'm sure they're still trying to make it go through, like the uppers at SAG that, you know, want to have the, like, we don't need these people, we could just scan their whole being and then use them and essentially CGI AI them into the background and then not pay those people when we have them in the background as their AI self. So like that's a use, for example, that would be not great because it's taking away jobs and allowing executives of studios. It would allow executives of studios to profit off of people's likeness, meanwhile not giving them anything in return for their face and likeness being used, which is bullshit in my opinion, because the studio executives are already making a fucking bankroll off of every single person involved above and below the line. They just happen to be not only above the line but at the very tippy top of the line alongside investors. So, you know, there's ways that I feel like this was kind of a tangent going on to my beliefs about AI in the industry, which it is, but also it's to show you that AI can be used for good, like putting, you know, making robots that or facilitating robots that can analyze things that are created in factories and like make them better or make sure they're like whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm just one of those people that thinks about how it could be used negatively versus positively in this situation, because that's what I've heard and that's what people are trying to prevent from happening. But also, like, it's because of the videos that we see, like Elon Musk's freaking iRobots bartending, like stuff like that, where those are jobs that people like and that people have to communicate with other humans. You know what I mean? Like the people that go sit at bars and just like talk to the bartenders, which sometimes the bartenders will like that and not like that, but they know it's part of the job. I think there's room for I think there's room for both things to happen at once too. Like if you want to go to a bar and not be talked to by a human being, okay, like they'll have one for every city or whatever, that there will be like a weird bartender bot that you don't have to talk to. You don't have to interact with anybody. It's like an Amazon Fresh store. You just walk in and out if you want to. But yeah, I don't remember what I was going to say with that, but we can go back to this right now.
Have a plan to prepare the population for great power
conflict. It was about the AI stuff.
And comprehensive war. This is a nice way of masking the most insane idea you can imagine. A direct war with China, World War III. And guess who will be signed up to fight in that?
People know that neither party is serving them, and they're ready for a fighting
the insinuation that we're going to have to.
That's why the votes.
The insinuation that we're going to have to enlist in the army. That's like, nope. Hey, no, not happening. Thank you. I doubt. I really don't care what comes to pass. Like, I'm not going to war. That's y'all's problem. Did I create it? No. You go fight. Donald J. Trump. If y'all want war so badly. And also, let's just talk about the fact that Trump's trying to pretend like he's anti-war now, which is hilarious. Okay. Anyways, back to you, girly.
Fighting alternative.
Karina.
And that's why the Vote Socialist campaign got on the ballot in 19 states.
Wait, why did she say that it did?
More.
Way of masking the most insane idea you can imagine. A direct war with China, World War III. And guess who will be signed up to fight in that?
People know that neither party is serving them, and they're ready for a fighting alternative. And that's why the Vote Socialist campaign got on the ballot in 19 states, with 23 states more write-in status. Plus,
there's
Washington, D.C.
1923. Is that what she just said? What's that? 30, 42? That's still not even all the states that have all of the presidential options. Not all of the states are even allowed to vote outside of Republican and Democrat. Not even all the states are allowed to vote outside Republican or Democrat. That's bonkers bananas. Some people literally only have the choice between the lesser of two evils. Huh? What? The fudge cracker snacks did you mean by that? That's crazy. And she literally said 23. Was it 23 states have write-in options? So they don't even know who the
People know that neither party is serving them.
I have to hear it again.
And they're ready for a fighting alternative. And that's why the Vote Socialist campaign got on the ballot in 19 states, with 23 states more write-in status.
19 states have the full list of candidates for the election, of nominated candidates. 19 states out of 50. That's less than 50%. And then 23 states after that have the ability to write in a candidate. So probably don't even have a freaking clue who Claudia is. Bonkers bananas. Bonkers bananas. That means that on their state or in their ballots, all it says is Donald J. Trump, Kamala Harris. Does it even say? I was going to say, does it even say like Jill Stein or any of them? Because are they technically third party? I don't even. Let's see. Candidate? Yeah, we know, girl. Yeah. People's Economy. The Green Party. Yeah. I remember this now. Okay. Sometimes I read stuff and then it goes completely out of my brain until it becomes relevant again. Did you hear that gerrymandering blocks voters? High courts block candidates. How wonderful. No, it's disgusting. And the gerrymandering is allowed because of the dissipation. Dissipation. Is that the right word? Yes. The dissipation of the leniency or the allowed discrimination within counties to gerrymander. Did you hear that Trump had to hold his rally in Albuquerque on the tarmac because he owed the city money and they wouldn't let him in until he paid? No, I didn't hear that. That's hilarious though, and I believe it. Also, hi Silent Soto. That's hilarious. Good. Also, they should have kicked him off the tarmac. You can step right back into that plane, sir. Go right back in there. No, thank you. Bye. No, thank you. Bye. Come on, New Mexico. What are we doing? Kick him out. Kick him out of there. Who the what the
That is. Plus, Washington, D.C. 100% fueled by volunteers. We collected tens of thousands of signatures for our petitions. We had thousands of people sign up to volunteer, and we engaged with an untold number more.
Our goal has been to put socialism on the map everywhere, not just in the big cities, not just in the swing states, but everywhere. And we've done that in a way that hasn't been seen in decades.
Did I call you by your full government name?
Possible because of working class people.
We haven't been funded by billionaires. This has been a real movement.
So I just want to say thank you to everyone who has helped in any way, everyone who donated, and everyone who votes socialist.
As Dr. Martin Luther King said, capitalism has outlived its usefulness. We believe that a government of working class people will do a better job.
Like we said when we launched this campaign is an invitation
that I said
to get organized
really?
and join struggle.
No, actually
The
I know
Red
that,
Cross
but I
has
didn't
their
realize I
plans
just
for
said Silent Soto
2025.
all the way through.
So what is our plan?
We're not going to hide in our houses. We're going to fight back.
We're going to keep getting organized, and we hope that you'll join us. Get involved with the PSL, build the socialist movement that we need.
Build the socialist movement that we need. Official write-in status. Okay. Oh, it was right here the whole time. Alabama, Arizona, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia. Oh yeah, they did say DC as well. So 42 states and 1 territory. And Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Michigan, Missouri, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota. Not South Dakota? That's crazy. No, it's not. I don't really know the difference between the two. I'm going to be honest. I'm sorry. Ohio, Oregon. Is one of them like worse than the other? Okay. Pennsylvania, Texas, West Virginia, Wyoming. I've actually voted in Texas twice. No. Once. I voted in 2016 and then 2020 I was here. Yeah. Whew. Yikes, dude. That's crazy. So all of y'all, if you live in this state right now, if you live in any of these states, no other names except Donald J. Trump and Kamala Harris are going to be on the list. Which means do your research further than them too. Look at Jill Stein. Look at Claudia Karina. I'm going to look at Jill Stein's. Let's look at her. What's her video? Show me your video.
People are tired of being thrown under the bus by wealthy elites and their bought politicians. Tired of living paycheck to paycheck.
Can I go to YouTube for this? This is a horrible view.
Struggling to pay the rent, locked in student debt and medical debt, child poverty doubling, rising diseases of despair, growing hopelessness. The political system is broken. The two Wall Street parties are bought and paid for. Over 60% of us now say the bipartisan establishments failed us, and we need a party that serves the people. I'm Jill Stein, and I'm running for president to offer that choice for the people outside of the failed two-party system. We'll put solutions to the crises we face, crushing inequality, endless war, and climate collapse. And we'll put these front and center in this election and on the ballot across the country. The ruling parties that got us into this mess aren't getting us out. Both parties are squandering trillions on the endless war machine, fueling conflict around the world, while tens of millions here at home lack food, housing, healthcare.
What do you mean you didn't even get a sticker? How did you not get a sticker? Everyone gets a sticker. Also, congratulations on your citizenship. That's cool. They were out? No! That's so bad. That's a freaking sin, bro. I'm sorry. That sucks. Wait, did you get your in the mail one? Because if you got your in the mail one, then there's a sticker on that one too.
Democrats have betrayed their promises for working people, youth, and the climate again and again, while Republicans don't even make such promises in the first place. And both parties are a danger to our democracy, expanding censorship, criminalizing protest, throwing competitors off the ballot, suppressing debates,
People who've been systematically locked out of these debates.
rigging their primaries. So forget the pundits and the attack dogs who tell you to ignore your misery and just keep voting for those who caused it in the first place. Change won't come from the ruling elites. It comes from we, the people. And when we stand together, we can create living wage jobs for all Americans. We can guarantee an economic bill of rights with the right to a job, to health care, to housing, to food, education, and more. We can abolish student debt, medical debt. We can create a Green New Deal with millions of jobs to fight.
By the way, this is about the same platform that most Green Party candidates have run on for like ever. This is, I mean, I would say it fluctuates. No, fluctuate's not the right word. It adapts with the times and with the movements that are deemed more palatable for the farther left. But this is just about the same platform that like all Green Party members have run on. So far, anyways.
Climate collapse and protect Mother Earth.
And that's why I think, like, you know, I'd say so far I think she's a better candidate than Kamala and Trump. But in comparison with Claudia is like even more left leaning beliefs, and I think that it's hers comes off a little bit more radical, not only in the way she presents it, or not only in like the content that she's presenting, but also the way she was presenting it. Like her and Karina, they had a very in your face, in like a really informative and straight to the point and no bullshit way, where they were explaining to you the issues and the fact that both main parties are essentially the same. The line has been blurred between them. And of course you have the stuff that falls off on the extreme right, and then you have the, I don't know, extreme liberal, whatever would be the other side, because it's not the fucking left, between the two of them. So I think that this presentation that Jill Stein's doing is a lot more similar to the what's his face, like, you know what I'm saying, You know what I mean? With sentences that are incomplete. And Claudia's is more no bullshit to me. Things that in my cat's litter box would be a better candidate than Trump. True. You're not wrong. I agree. The two-party system is a bane on society. Yeah. And that's why I think it's actually bonkers that if, in case you didn't hear me the first time, only 19 states in the entire country have all of the candidates on the ballot, not just the Democratic and Republican. Only 19 of the states. I will keep shoving that in your freaking ears because it's insane to not even know who else to vote for. Like, to disallow the ease of just knowing the candidates that you're choosing and then being funnel visioned into only knowing that two exist by like popular media sources and such. And I'd say even social media platforms too, because I barely saw anything for Claudia and my algorithm is very far left. So I don't, it's crazy to me that only 19 states have all of the information on the ballot. It's even crazier to me that there's 23 other states that have 23, 24, whatever it was, 23 have write-in options, which means it's not the full 50 states. So F that. Frick that. Everyone should be fully transparent and have all of the knowledge about the candidates and not just the two favoritism candidates, which are essentially the same party. Matriarchy is where it's at.
Constitutional rights and freedoms and justice for all. We can end the endless wars and rampant militarism and use diplomacy and international law instead to end violence, occupation, and apartheid. We do have the power, and we can use it in this election to start building
Who is we?
an America and a world.
Who
that
do you
works
have
for
behind
all
you?
of us.
Can they actually
Go
make you win
to
this election?
JillStein2024.com and join us.
I'm not even being like, I'm not trying to be facetious. I genuinely want to know like who the f is we, because to be a third party candidate, essentially you're joining the election knowing you're going to lose, and that's such bullshit. It really is. Like, but based on all the things we've talked about thus far, there's reasons why that's the case. It's not just like nobody likes the third party candidates. I'm sure there are plenty of people in the states that don't even have a full incoming of knowledge about all the candidates. I'm sure there are plenty of people in those states that are outside of the lists of people who have all the candidates. There are people who are probably extremely left. Or if they were educated on some of what that means, besides just being like, hey, fucking commies, like whatever it is, the societal impact through media, maybe they would also have those beliefs as they were educated on it. So I think it's important that we're really like knowing all the other candidates, because whether or not the people's choice is actually going to be taken into consideration with the final election, it provides a sense of community and agreement, a sense of, oh, I'm not the only one that feels like everything is shit. I'm not the only one that feels like something's got to give, something's got to change. It can't just be like this. This can't be our only option. It's not. It's not. And the more of us that show up to vote for our actual beliefs versus what we think is the lesser of two evils and that has a chance of winning, the better chance we will see that we're not alone in that. And I feel like I'm making this whole thing while this is in the background. I'm not like advocating for her specifically right now. I'm telling you to vote for, if you choose to vote for your beliefs, and also be educated on your beliefs and the people that are telling you they believe what you believe. And don't settle. Don't settle. Are we sure that voting parties are only in, that third parties are only in 21 states? No, we're not sure, because it's 19 is what they said. I'm not sure. Based on what they were saying in this video, 19 states have the ability or have all the candidates on their ballot. 23 in addition to the 19, 23 have write-in options. So that's 42. So the last 8 states don't have anything but Trump and Kamala on their ballots. That's what they were saying. And yeah, it's most states. And I would say write-in candidates, they would, depending on what you were reading, they might try to spin that as a write-in candidate being like third parties allowed. That doesn't necessarily mean they're listing the third party candidates on their ballots, though. And then, having a write-in means that people have to do more work to figure out who they want to vote for. And some people aren't down with that. Our system is just broken. It's all about super PACs swaying the election and uninformed people being easily swayed and influenced. Yeah. I mean, it's not all about that. I think that's a huge part of it. It's about a bunch of other things. Humanity is equally, in my opinion, complex and equally straightforward. There are a lot of people with a lot of initiatives and or goals, or even fucking weird views, differentiating views. What's the word I'm looking for? Not intentions, motivations. Hi, how are you, Ryder? I love you. If you don't follow Cuddly Ryder, do it now. One Night Stand podcast. Amazing stream. Agendas. Thank you. Agendas. Remember the time Harambe got votes? I do. That was 2016. Because everyone was like, wow, both of these candidates suck. Sound familiar? Every 4 years? It's a big part of the old ideals need to move aside, and also the old ass people need to move aside. The world changes and we need to change with it. Yes. Humanity is doomed, y'all. No, I don't think that. I don't think humanity is doomed. I think that it's funny to say that in the comments of TikTok videos, but I think in reality, humanity's not doomed as much as there are just too many idiots being put in front of a camera. I feel like too many diddly dum-dums are being put on camera, whether it be on the news or on a TV show, and then they go to a Trump rally and then talk about how that's the real choice. And then all the people that liked their TV character or their movie character or that one song that they had a hit that one time for, they're like, yeah, I believe the same thing because I liked your song, Shake What Your Mama Gave Ya. I don't know. Is that a fucking song? I don't know. But that's why I'm stressing. You have to know your own beliefs. I don't like to tell people that they should do stuff because I don't like being told I should do stuff. But you gotta know what you believe, especially if you're gonna take part in the voter system. And if you say that voting or politics aren't important to you at all, I think that you're crazy and I think that you're wrong. Politics affect everybody, even the rich white elite. Some of them, the ones that love white supremacy and shit, yeah, them. So even if you're thinking that politics don't affect you, in this trickle-down economy, in this capitalistic society where everyone has to spend money to get things to survive, I promise you, politics affect you. I promise you. Humanity is the reason I still try to make a difference in the world. Just think about how far we've come in 100 years. But humans are the reason I look both ways before crossing a one-way street. Absolutely. And you know, I am of the belief that humans are not inherently evil. I think that when existing in a... I kind of like, just to look at it scientifically a little bit, I'm not like really good at science or anything, but the energy cells of like this being people and all of this is happening around us at all times. I'm going to be annoying about it with the sound because like that's what it is to exist in society. You're like constantly being by your phone and by your parents or your friends or your not friends, your enemies. What's the word? Yeah, there you go. Or your fears or your anxieties. All those things bounce off of you and you're expected to be okay and exist in society and make the right choices. And then you start to add in the capitalism of it all. I wanted to use like a better word, like, you know, but that's really what it is. The making money, the working to survive, the dealing with coworkers, the driving to work or finding a way of transportation to work, the automobile that you live in. I mean, if you live in it, respect, but also the automobile that you drive to work and what happens when that breaks down, like just the mundane parts of life that can get so overwhelming that it could literally squash you and make you someone that you would not inherently be. That's why I don't think people are inherently evil. I think that the circumstances that are around them, toxic people that are around them, that are around us, toxic circumstances, things that we don't want, things that make us feel bad, little tiny things that add up. That is fucking crazy. Like, that's the part where anything could happen in those lines. You know what I mean? And then you have like the mental health of it all, where that dives into each individual person and their experiences and those impacts that the people and things around them had on their brain and their development of their brain and the way that they see the world and the way that they think is the right way versus the wrong way, and how that differentiates between people. Each person has a different view of society. I heard someone say the other day that like people are unknowable. And I thought that was so profound. People are unknowable. There's not two people in this world that have had the exact same experience top to bottom. And for that reason alone, people are unknowable. You can know so many things about someone and still they make a decision one day where you're like, where the fudge did that come from? Why? And that's because, you know, we all think differently from each other. We've all had different experiences from each other, even if we're labeled with the same mental health disorders, diseases, what have you. There is a line of consciousness that makes us all feel like we're the same, but we're not. And so whenever you get mad at somebody for not meeting your expectations, whenever I get mad, whenever we get mad at somebody for not acting the way we thought they were going to act, we have no idea what they were going through. And even if they explained to us what they were going through, we're not going to get the full picture. You're not going to snuggle up inside their brain and feel it from their perspective with their experiences. People are unknowable. People are unknowable. He's put up the following policy ideas. Making police immune to prosecution. Wait, who? Humanity's the reason. I believe that I don't want Trump to be president. Yeah, look at all the increase in hate that went up last time he was in office. Unchecked capitalism also sucks. In Thailand, they try their best to implement capitalism with a heart. That's so very sweet. And I truly wish that that was something that could be compatible with this country. However, I do implore everyone to remember that there are vastly different population numbers between us and Thailand. And the idea of a melting pot brings along with it a diverse range of opinions within that melting pot, which is why it's a lot more difficult, in my opinion, to make an empathy call on policy with something like capitalism with a heart. To do something like that here could be taken in so many different ways and torn apart and taped back together, find loopholes to exploit that system and not be so heartful. You know what I mean? And that's the same argument with when people are like, well, Sweden does socialism. It's not that, in my opinion, it's not that I don't think that America couldn't thrive on socialism. I definitely do. It's the argument that we can adapt the system that we have into a socialist society that works for everyone. I don't really see that path happening because of how corrupt the system already is and has been built upon, and also the fact that it was built upon white supremacy. You can't have everybody gets equal healthcare and equal rights and equal all this shit whenever that's not even happening. Like, whenever some people don't even have civil rights. Some people don't even have civil rights. Prisoners do not have civil rights. And that's allowed because they're painted as animals. But you know what? You know who gets put in prison the most? In case you don't know, it's black people. Percentage-wise. The smallest amount of population, or not the smallest amount, compared to white people. What are the stats? Like 13% versus like 55%, 45%. I'm not going to butcher them. I will tell you that percentage-wise, ratio-wise, there are far more black people in prison than white people. And probably in general in some prisons, just like more black people than white people because of the way that the system is built. And then you allow prisons to dehumanize and strip them of their civil rights while they're imprisoned. So when you have rulings being based off of discriminatory beliefs, racist beliefs, when you have a system where officers are trained to incriminate black people more than anyone else, more than white people, subliminally messaged through their training, also I'm sure outwardly messaged, let's be so fucking for real. You have that ability, the ability to discriminate in that way, throw people in jail. Oh, now look, there's this place where we can all just treat these people however we want to, even though they're United States citizens. That's crazy. They don't have their civil rights, even though they're citizens. This is where it happens. This is where it happens, baby. Anything goes here. Slavery 2.0. Latinos in second place? I believe it. Oh, wait, no. Actually, that's very true. We've openly given the voice to the people, to the mouths of the greedy. It's an abusive relationship that we will continue to return unless we truly come together and mantle on a collective state of being. Same crime, different time served. Exactly. Exactly. The fact that small-time drug offenders can have longer sentences than pedophiles and murderers should shake you to your mother freaking core. Yeah, because that's a thing that happens constantly. And you know what the difference is? At the top of the list, it's skin color. Right at the second part is fiscal ability. You got money? You got money? You can pay your way out. It's that easy. It doesn't matter what crimes you commit. If you have money, you'll be fine. We have openly given the vote. Yes. Oh, wait, no, we're first, but in Cali, that's what I was thinking of. I think that, are you talking about, Sleepy Link, are you talking about the, like, actual population of Latinos being a higher number? Because I believe that. I actually would believe if someone even told me it was white people, because there's so many fucking white people in this country. But I'm saying proportionately, the proportion of black people to white people in the country, there are far more black people within the percentage of black people that exist being incarcerated and Latino people being incarcerated than the white people that exist and the ratio of which they go to jail. Look, let me show you. I don't know if I need to vet a video. Let me see. At the time that OJ was getting away with murder, and did, by the way, still did, which, whatever, I don't know, but we all know. Marijuana use is about the same between black and white communities. Guess who gets in jail for possession? Truly. Because oftentimes, you know, a drug dealer, teenager, gets into the courts and they're like, oh, he's such a good kid. He's such a good little white child that has a chance, has potential, and has parents that can pay for proper representation. And I'm not saying that that doesn't happen with all races, because it does, but it happens way more with white people. And that can go back to that can go into the discussion of back to the gerrymandering, back to the districting different groups or different areas based on their percentage of races that live within them, and then allocating more funds to the areas that have more white people. That's why I dislike everyone equally. Or the fact that there are people who's still in jail for marijuana charges while there are people getting rich from it in the same country. Yeah. And that goes back to what we were talking about with fentanyl too. Fentanyl being brought into the country mostly by Americans, yet it's a point of contention that both sides, and when I say both sides, I mean Democrats and Republicans alike, are talking about as if it's an immigration problem, as if it's as if it's an immigrant's problem, as if people are crossing the border just carrying like backpacks of fentanyl and just like finding a gap in the wall or whatever the fuck, conspiracy theories, running through with their big backpacks of fentanyl and then throwing it out to children. Here, kids, trick or freaking treat. Woohoo! Same crime, different crime served. Exactly. Different time served. OJ was such a good football player. He's such a nice guy. He would never do that. It's because he's of color and they're attacking him. No. Yeah, like it's because he's rich and famous. The OJ situation is not, I mean, I'm not saying that race isn't involved. He didn't have societal standards on his side, societal beliefs, the deep racist beliefs. He didn't have that on his side. You know, black man kill white woman. But he did have rich and fame. Yep, that's a sentence. He had rich and fame. Ratio-wise, I think we're second. I mean, first, second, whatever. The point is, there's a freaking ranking. There's a ranking. When in reality, if we're all equal, then why aren't there equal percentages of criminals? Like, you know what I mean? Which I don't, you know. The discussion on prisons and incarceration in general is a whole different thing, but I have my issues with that as well. See also Brock Allen Turner's rape conviction sentencing, where the judge said the conviction might impact his future. Yeah. No, the Brock Turner thing was disgusting. And one of many times where like a early 20s white boy got away with rape. It was just televised because it was in the middle of the Me Too movement, kind of at the beginning of it. So that's why people talk about it. And that's why it's not good, but a good way to show people how the system does in fact work. And they'll do it in your face. They'll play in your face. And I do agree, whoever said the thing about, you know, Trump allowing all this hate, I do agree that because of his extremism and because of his extreme racism, it allows for people just to hate out in the open. Misogynists, racists, homophobics. They're all just out and about, transphobics, on the town, chatting about how they hate different groups of people and how they shouldn't have the rights of humans. Come on now. Let's see. This looks good.
Mass incarceration means that we've got a very high rate of incarceration historically.
Hold on. Let me catch up on y'all's really quickly. I'm so over feeling like I have to choose to vote against my conscience and morals. This year has been a year of action for me, and I will continue to grow. Good, Araya. I think that's great. It seems to be the only way to fight hopelessness. Yeah, and to go back to my earlier point, you don't just have to vote for these two big parties. You don't. Don't let people tell you that your vote won't matter if you vote for a third party. Guess what? The people that are voting for the mains they don't really matter either. We saw in 2016 that a popular vote only has so much power. Again, voting how you believe will allow others to know that they're not alone in those feelings. You can see the percentages of votes for each proposition on Ballotpedia. Like you can see the votes. And now that still goes into like the behind the scenes of when they do get the extra tax money, like what are they going to do with it? Are they going to stick to their word? And you know, that's some shit that comes with overtime education with it. You know what I mean? Keeping up with those things. It's work. But some people do the work and then make a little website for it. You know what I mean? Like Ballotpedia, hopefully. I need to check, but maybe Ballotpedia even has a way that you can keep track of different propositions after the fact, like years after the fact. I'm sure they do. And then it can, you know, link you to whatever. This is me just hypothetically hoping and dreaming that it has that, or that exists in general, where you can see the financial transparency of each thing that you voted for. And that's why the US will lose a fantastic engineer like me to another country. Nearly 100% of the drug trafficking coming into the U.S. comes through legal means. Yeah. Capitalism and money is a hella protector. Yeah. From redlining to gentrification and everything else tied to social racism, even colorism within each community, it's all been planned out to get us away from the bigger fish. There's always a bigger fish. Hi, Trey. Are there policies in LA that are being voted on that really stand out to you? Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but the fact that there is a prop for codifying gay marriage, that's something that's just now happening, and the wording for it is very confusing, and the yes vote is to take out the verbiage marriage is between a man and a woman. And the argument against it for the opposers is that if you take that verbiage out, then marriage is, you can do anything with marriage. It'll allow incest, it'll allow polygamy, it'll allow child marriage. I don't really understand how allowing for interracial marriage and same-sex marriage has anything to do with incest. I feel like maybe I'm missing something. Did they forget something in the whole thing that I'm reading? Because it doesn't talk about age anywhere anyways, or blood relation, or the number of partners you're allowed to have, which that's a different discussion. Polygamy has a very negative connotation, and I think that that's a different discussion for a different time. Keeping up with it years down the road would require transparency from the government. No, truly. If there was a site that held them accountable for that, I've seen, I've looked up charities before to see how much money they've made and where they've allocated it. And whilst on the chart where it has the total amount of money that they were donated to, there's millions of dollars missing on the page. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, does that mean that they're still keeping it in the reserves? Does that mean that they spent it somewhere else? And then there's not really much that I know to do after that point of just being what the fuck? Aside from not supporting that charity or those companies, those organizations. The only person I would trust 100% is myself. I would vote for me. Can I show this stream at Thanksgiving? Sure. Absolutely. I'm old enough to remember when Congress would actually work for people and come to compromises on legislation. That's crazy. I wish I had listened to that more. I felt so pressured and guilty. I didn't vote for Kamala, to be honest. If I didn't vote for Kamala, to be honest, I would be helping Trump win. It'll definitely be a life lesson. And I had a discussion about this with a chatter months ago, before we even knew that Kamala was running, whenever Biden was still campaigning. And I revealed that I don't like either of them. And a chatter was basically getting mad at me because he was saying that I was allowing Trump to win. And that's not true. That's not true. People that think that it's a two-party system and that's all they can vote for, they're allowing it. The legislators that are allowing for ballots to omit third-party candidates, they're allowing it. If you're aware and speaking up on third-party candidates and speaking up about them and educating yourselves outside of the Democratic and Republican realms, I don't think that's your fault at all. Every year I feel like my family says, I hope my open-minded nephew doesn't come this year. Glad to have you here, Soto. There you go. I switched it up for you. I'm glad to have you. We love an open-minded nephew here. Don't a large number of states already allow kids as young as 12 to get married with parental permission? Yeah, that's what I'm like. There's no legislation that disallows that. So I'm confused on why allowing and codifying same-sex and interracial marriage, how that has anything to do with polygamy or incest or child marriage. Amanda and I talked about this before with Ruth Bader Ginsburg not codifying Roe v. Wade. And now look where we are. Decades later. And not just, not just RBG, but like it not being codified for so long. And now it's been stripped from many states. Now it's not a guarantee right for women or uterus owners. Not a guaranteed right. So yeah, I think it's super fucking important. And I also thought it was weird for any LA County chatters. I thought it was super weird that it said that there was like a Lutheran church supporting the codification of same-sex marriage and interracial marriage. Gender and race should not have an effect on who can get married. Okay. I was a little taken aback by that. I was like, are they trying to trick us? Why is the Lutheran church supporting this? This is weird. It's really weird. And it supported the argument about child marriages and weird shit like that. Because, I don't know, that's what I equate to a lot of religions, unfortunately. I can say that I grew up Christian. But yeah, I think that's probably a super important one to me. Just because I'm a queer woman. I'm a queer woman, you know what I mean? And in an interracial relationship. Every year I feel my family says, oh yeah, they put it under overhead costs. They put, like the fraudy money, the extra money that they didn't spend on the actual cause. I believe that. Nice name. Torontonian. Okay, so you're like from Toronto? Is that what that means? Or do you like Tron? It's a play on your full name. Oh, wait, you said it right there. I used to live in Toronto. I'm in Winnipeg now. Oh. Canadian for life. Thank you for having this convo. I felt like I'm drowning in a fear and a little paralysis, which I know is a privilege, and not knowing. Wait. I felt like I'm drowning in fear and a little paralysis and not following my heart, trusting my gut, planning to join a Palestine or grassroots org because this is just the start. Good. And yes, it's a privilege to have choice. It really is. It's a privilege to be able to not be worried about this election, to not worry about politics. That is a privilege for sure. So I think that it's great that you have wanted to have a conversation like this and that you seek out the knowledge past what you're told to believe. I think that's a great start. I think that speaks to who you are as a person. I knew I liked you when I met you. You're in Toronto? Pixelated? You're a Torontonian too. Shin pad tap. Okay, that was such a hockey term. Wow. Some states have an age of consent below 18, which is disgusting. Yeah. Yup. When I was in Indiana, there were 24 to 30-year-olds dating 16-year-old girls. Yup. Hey, I got some news for you. That still happens. That literally still happens. So they are good Christians? Yeah, no, literally. It's like discouraging for sure it's discouraging for sure to have that being existing around us and like just, and I'm sure it's frustrating for Christians that are good people. Also, Alberta is moving in a disgusting direction. Got it. BC is looking bad. The election is going to be pretty scary for non-straight white Canadians. So I have a question, and I'm not trying to be a bitch. How far along the way does our election start to impact Canada? Like, I'm do not doubt that it does at all. I know it does. But like, when do y'all start to feel the impact of our elections? Is it immediately? And I'm sure it's different for different people depending on your class, race, gender. But I'm just curious for people in the chat. That are Canadian. I grew up in the granola eating, fully left-wing United Church. When it comes to just being chill and representing rights, they're at the front of the pack. That's dope. After seeing I live in Winnipeg. I love BC though. I mean, I loved visiting there. I don't know if I love like the politics of it. I don't know enough about it. I have family that lives there, but I've been to Whistler, and I've been to I keep wanting to say Victoria, and that's not correct. Hello, Vancouver, the main one. The frick? Do you laugh at Americans during election time? For real? You're not wrong. No, I worry for the world. Yeah. I'm worried and have cared about politics for years. I mean, the more paralysis is a privilege. Yeah, no. I got what you meant. Yeah, the paralysis, the being able to exist without having to like worry about your existence versus worrying about the state of the world's existence and like people aside from yourself too, you know, being in certain situations can make you feel like politics don't affect you. And I think that paralysis does not mean that. I think that paralysis does not mean that you thought that your voice was not important, or that you thought that it shouldn't be a priority for you to figure out. I think that it's a lot, and it's overwhelming, and it can be scary to try to figure out your own beliefs. So not doing anything is definitely a privilege, though. I do believe that. But I don't think that you're using the word paralysis, which makes me think that you weren't being apathetic. You were more just like didn't want to make the wrong choice. Kind of lately. It's more just shaking my head or bouncing it off the desk. What does that mean? Is that like a Canadian thing or something? How exactly do 40+% of the people think that animated cheese doodle is at all fit for office? You got me. I don't know. The guy has a vocabulary of a middle school child, and every single speech not every single speech, so many speeches I've seen him make, he's just like saying nothing in the most abhorrent ways. And also, I think that Kamala says nothing a lot too, but she says it in the form of a politician, whereas Donald Trump says it in the form of a donkey. Immediate effects are that people who are scared to be dicks are less scared to be dicks. If it goes one way, for sure. We start feeling effects here as soon as the results are being called. Oh. Otherwise, there's no immediate action taken. The logistics and the banks and countries. Okay. He uses big words. Such great words. You wouldn't expect him to come up crying, telling him, "Sir, you're so smart," using all those big words. Oh my goodness. Lumber and mining feels... Wait, what? Lumber and mining feels it right away. Oh, I see what you're saying. Grocery is less affected as they change their logistics and suppliers. Banks and credits and investors move a huge amount of money into or out of the country based on the winning candidate. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. You just heard that in his voice? Dude, that's why I read it and I was like, he uses the bigliest words. Such great words. Such great words. Big guys you wouldn't expect. Come up to him crying, telling him, "Sir, you're so smart," using all the big words. That's literally how I heard it too. Oh my gosh. Colorful writing. I love it. All right, let's watch this.
Comparatively. And the other thing is the rate of incarceration is so high, so socially concentrated, that we're no longer incarcerating the individual, but we're incarcerating whole social groups. The rate of incarceration now is about 5 times higher than it was historically. Historically, it was 100 per 100,000. Now it's about 500 per 100,000. If we look at prison, if we add jail to that, it's about 700 per 100,000. Nowhere in the world incarcerates as much as we do. We've seen extremely high rates of exposure to the criminal justice system for African American men with very low levels of schooling. So if we think about black men who were born in the late 1970s and who are growing up through the American prison boom.
By the way, the captions were covering it at the bottom. It said per 100,000. That chart was per 100,000 people. Just because, like, those numbers aren't super crazy. 2010 per 100,000. Does that mean what's 2,000 times 100,000? Is that what that means? I mean, the ratio already here is crazy. Incarceration rates. The fuck? 380,000? Which means 2 million black people? If it's 380 white people, that's crazy. Incarcerated. And some people, not you saying what exactly. I don't know what that means. I was trying to figure out if that meant like 380,000. That's what I think it means. Someone fact check me on that. When you're outpacing dictatorships or jailing people, you might have a problem with your prison industrial complex. Truly. Times 3, 5, the number you see there. Okay, but like, even still, no, that's still a crazy number. Are you saying like times them by that?
Who were born in the late 1970s and who are growing up through the American prison boom of the 1980s and the 1990s, the chances that they're going to serve time in state or federal prison if they dropped out of high school is about 70%. So going to prison for that group of black men with very low levels of schooling, that's become a normal life event. And that's really only happened in the last 10 years. We're at this point now where there's about 1.2 million African American children with a parent who's incarcerated. And that's about 1 in 9.
7.7 million black people, 1.3 million white people incarcerated in the United States. That's insane. In 2010. That was in 2010. And I think the even more powerful statistic is showing those numbers versus how many black people are in the country versus how many white people are in the country. That's like astronomically higher of a ratio for black people imprisoned.
The research shows that kids who experience parental incarceration have diminished school achievement, they have behavioural problems, depressive symptoms, acting out, and there's also evidence that these kinds of negative effects associated with parental incarceration are concentrated more among boys than among girls. And there's a very real risk here that incarceration becomes an inherited trait. The underlying issue is we've chosen prison as a way to respond to that problem of crime. And there are a whole variety of ways that we could have chosen to respond to that problem of crime. We've chosen the response of the deprivation of liberty.
Hold on. I wanted to see all those options.
Of liberty, response of the deprivation.
No! House arrest, restorative justice, mental health treatment, community service, public shaming. Public shaming? I mean, yes. Do I think that some billionaires should be publicly shamed? Some freaking horrible criminal should be publicly shamed? Yes. That's hard though. Like, what does that mean? Okay, whatever. They're just saying these are possibilities. brainstorming, drug courts and rehab, halfway houses, sex offender treatment, fines and restitution. Also, for-profit prisons need to go. Yes. Yes. Yes, I agree with you. An institution that is like funneling money through the unconsensual work of their inmates. They're for profit. They're getting money to, like, who knows what they're fucking getting money from? I mean, there are probably records of it. But what I'm saying is, yeah, I agree with you. Walk through the city tied up and let people throw rotten tomatoes at them. From what I understand, it's also driven by the fact that slave labor is legal within that system. Yes, because they strip the civil rights of people that are incarcerated. Prisoners do not have rights. Prisoners are not looked at as human beings by the United States government. Once you are imprisoned, you no longer have the rights of a civilian. You lose your civil rights. And that can come in the form of quite literally not being able to go where you want to go when you want to go. Or it can be in the form of no due process when you're beat the shit out of by a prison guard for no good reason. They can't vote, but they can run for president. Yes.
Chosen
and they can't vote for other seats of representation too, by the way. But they can run for president.
Liberty. And we've chosen the response of the deprivation of liberty for a historically aggrieved group whose liberty in the United States was never firmly established to begin with.
Was never established. Damn. Yeah, the liberty was never established. Basically, I think what he was saying was the transition between slavery and incarceration or mass incarceration was smooth and within blurred lines. That's what I think that he was saying, which would be accurate. That wasn't really, hold on, discipline. I love the animation ones.
The United States has the largest prison population on Earth. The country has 5% of the world's population, but nearly a quarter of all its prisoners. African American men are 6 times more likely to be incarcerated than white men. And African American men under 35 without a high school diploma are more likely to be imprisoned than employed in the labor market. Nearly 6 million former felons are denied the right to vote. That means 1 in 40 adults are disenfranchised, and 1 in 13 African Americans don't have a voice at the ballot box.
That's also that part. The part where ex-cons don't have a right to vote, prisoners don't have a right to vote, and then you see the ratio of black people in prison to white people. It's right there in front of your face. It's right there in front of your face. They're dehumanizing black people and other people of color. Wait, that was the whole video? The fuck? Okay. Yeah, our Supreme Court, hold on. I want to see more. Let's see some more videos on Jill and Claudia. Another way to suppress voters and black people's voices. I still think, yeah, our Supreme Court has settled that issue long ago. Prisoners are still citizens and therefore retain the right to vote regardless if they're jailed or not. That's crazy. If only we could be like Canada. Actually, not Canada, Canada. Canada is like actually a place. I still think there would have been some dark humor to have been found had Biden taken SCOTUS up on their official acts can't be deemed illegal. Don't do crime if you can't do the time unless it's me or one of my cronies. Then it's deep in the state. The deep state is setting us up. Canada is just outside of Ottawa. I know. I've been there. I've got family there. Okay. Let's see. So Socialist candidate kind of a spectacle of democracy. I don't even like. I'm trying to watch.
We need a new system. We need a new society. We need to demand that which may have sounded impossible even a few weeks ago, but is not only realizable, but an imperative necessity.
You worked in Canada for 2 years? Nice. Damn, we got a lot of Canadians. Love that.
Kamala Harris and Donald Trump faced off in a debate on Tuesday for the first and probably the last time. If this was a demonstration of American democracy,
Meet the two socialist women trying to eat the rich en route to the presidency. Claudia de la Cruz and Karina Garcia. Who are they?
I wanted to make sure my
I was muted? That's crazy. Sorry, dog. Mic unplugged. Thank you. Let's watch this because I want clarity for myself on dropping your mail-in and like a ballot and the risks that come with that after like that fire that happened and shit. Like I want us to all know about that stuff
vote
too.
is
The options.
signed, sealed,
Are we
and
voting for
delivered.
this is not good.
The Republican Party has gone down the wrong path.
I don't think as a human being he has a great personality, but I like the issues and I like what he stands for.
Those are just a few of the more than 60 million voters who have cast their ballots early this year. So what do we know about this big slice of the electorate that's already made their decision? Let's bring in some experts, Tom Bonnier and John Couvillon. They join us now. Tom's a veteran Democratic political strategist and the senior advisor at the political data organization Target Smart. John's a Republican political strategist and founder of JMC Analytics and Polling. Tom, let's start with you. This early vote has historically benefited Democrats, but it looks a little different this year. And
That never matters though. Like don't forget,
what do you make?
This happens every election where the numbers before the day
2020
change drastically.
Was a unique year, to put it mildly. We know the impact the pandemic had.
I feel like aside from last time, which last time was kind of a
around the country, and we know Democrats were much more COVID conscious.
No,
so
even
they were
on the day, I feel like it was close for Trump and Biden. I really do.
We're seeing a lot of vote reversion back to how people voted before the pandemic. We have to remember at the same time in 2020, there was a mass evacuation of Republicans from the early vote. Donald Trump told them that voting by mail was fraudulent. So Republicans have been putting a lot of effort into getting their votes out early. We're seeing some minor movement towards Republicans in these battleground states, but perhaps not as big as they hoped or expected.
John, the election officials in Georgia are calling their early vote record-shattering. What do you think about these numbers and the efforts by the Trump campaign to flip Georgia back to red?
So the interesting thing about Georgia, and this is something that I have seen in other deep South states where you can track the racial component of early voting, is that black early voting is noticeably down relative to 2020. And where that matters the most, of course, is in Georgia and North Carolina, where Kamala Harris absolutely needs a robust black turnout to be able to carry those states.
Let's look at broader then, John. What other states should give the Trump campaign pause and which ones should make them optimistic?
So what's interesting is when I look at across the country, what's actually happening is that overall early voting is down relative to this point in time.
Right now I'm looking at what happens. I was trying to research that, what I was just talking about, the what happens to the ballots that got set on fire and stuff. And here it is, whatever. Just because there's not really a video that I found yet, but he told us their ballot was received by Monday. They can get a new ballot. Voters can get a new ballot by going on to, absentee ballots are due on election day by 8 p.m. The damaged ballot box, first term, faces. Okay, our right to vote needs to be protected under all circumstances. We can't yield to intimidation, but we must continue to stand up. And how are you doing that? Because the fire, virtually all the ballots, with only 3 of them sustaining damage. The elections divisions will contact 3 affected voters by using unique identifiers on their ballot envelopes and ensure they receive replacement ballots. According to a release, what is that? Today at 3:30, the security at the elections division alerted the Portland Police Bureau they had responded to a fire. The police bureau responded to a fire, that's weird, at a nearby Multnomah County ballot box. Officers determined an incendiary device. Okay. The police bureau's explosive responded to the scene and cleared the device. Fire suppressant inside the ballot box protected virtually all the ballots. Only 3 ballots suffered damage, and they were going to find those. Okay. We have multiple systems in place. So that's for that one. But I don't know about the Washington one, which is where I feel like the ballots got fricked up the most. An attack on a ballot box is an attack on our democracy. Well, I mean, they literally, people attacked the entire Capitol. So we know that. I'm not really shocked, to be honest. Unfortunately, there's no justification for any attempt. Yeah, no shit. I don't feel like I got an answer for the Vancouver one. What happened? That fire. What happened? So, ballots. Washington. Fire. Ballots destroyed after fire. Yes. Yes. Did that say that there was free Gaza markings on there? Yeah, probably. Probably didn't have to do with a fucking fire, though. Like, that is not the reaction that a free Palestine movement... Okay, whatever. Let's move on. Incendiary devices were set off. Yes. Just 3 valid... Oh, that's Portland again. Bro. Also, why is it those 2 states? What's wrong with y'all? Damn. Leave your ballot boxes alone, you weirdos. Within a few hours, another fire was discovered at a transit center in Vancouver. Yes, the biggest city in Washington's the site of the closest house. The closest U.S. House races in the country. Between the first term, yes, the ballot box had also a fire suppression system inside, but that failed to prevent hundreds of ballots from burning. He urged voters who dropped their ballots in the transit center box after 11 a.m. Saturday to contact his office for replacement ballots. How are you feeling overall? Are you a plan ahead type, or do you take it day by day, or both? I take it day by day and have anxiety about ahead. Not by choice. And I feel overall, I mean, and by feel, do you feel like there's a clear path to take on what we are passionate about and make change? Yes. Clear path. I think that some paths can be highlighted because of their high success rate as far as making change goes. I also believe that making change around you is the way to over time grow the impact of the reach that you have around you. So if you start locally, which is a jump, I mean, even before that, starting environmentally, making sure that you're treating people within your lines of morals and ethics and trying to stick to that. We're all human, we're imperfect. Trying to first, knowing your beliefs, knowing why you believe them. And then, once you fully understand what's important to you, like, you don't have to understand the intricacies. For me, I felt this way but I didn't think about it this way until I was probably until 2016 maybe. Like that was my first election, and I was like, okay, I need to know like what's important to me. And even when I knew that humanity and human rights are the most important to me, that's my most important thing. Once I knew that, it was still like figuring out who aligns with those things and what people say that want to pretend like they align with those things and what their policies might say otherwise, and spotting that. And it's taken me, you know, almost, we're at 8 years now. We are 8 years later. Here I am still trying to sift through the politics of it all. I didn't want to ask just because I didn't want to ask, just ask, oh, how you feel, because I know that can be personal, sending so much love. No, of course. And I feel right now I'm exhausted. I feel hopeful, and at the same time, a little bit of nihilism. I feel like those two things can be true at once. I definitely think that I'm going to keep doing me, and I'm going to keep saying the beliefs that I have in appropriate times, and also some inappropriate times, depending on the circumstances, because appropriateness is a societal standard, of course. But I feel fired up, and I know that's a little cheesy. Like, I feel deep down I'm angry. I'm so angry at our system, the way it's built to oppress people, that we use our foreign policy to oppress other people that aren't even here, and prioritizing oppressing people that aren't here, whilst also allowing citizens within our own country to be oppressed and being okay with that. And that's like a government thing. Like that's like their thing, is to like not care about us. Like they're supposed to, but based on their choices, based on the legislation passed, it doesn't really feel like they do. Based on all the aid that's going to the military, and not even our military, versus the aid that's going to our homeless population, our unhoused population, when there is more than enough room for them to be housed. According to an article I found, if a ballot is damaged in transit but is still recognizable, election officials will attempt to remake the ballot so that it can be fed into the voting machine. Bipartisan teams are involved in the process of knowing voting. Yeah, okay. The election workers will reconstruct the ballot to preserve the voters' intent and translate it into a clean ballot. If a voter suspects their ballot might be damaged, they should contact their local election office, which makes sense, because then whether or not they're trying to fix your ballot, they'll be in talks with or your local election spot will be in talks with them about like who's called in and who needs to redo their ballot. So I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is not making me feel too good. This article is not making me feel too good about how they're handling this, only because it's giving more ammo to the super duper conspiracy theorists about fixing the election and such. Like, it's giving a lot of ammo to them, in my opinion, so that's kind of scary. But also, like, who caused it? His big announcement. What is this?
They should have been fired. Anybody that was involved with that disaster should have been fired. She was one of 13 U.S. service members who lost their lives. Kamala said she was the last person in the room, that Kamala was the last person in the room. She was involved in everything. She takes credit for that. She was involved in everything. That means she was involved in disaster after disaster, because nothing good has happened with this administration, except that our country has gone to almost a third world status. With Biden, when When Biden made a decision, she said she was there. Oh, she was there. But the Afghanistan decision was a disaster in so many different ways. And now you take a look at it, they're right back to what they were doing before, except much worse to women. They're worse to women right now than they were even before it started. But Kamala never reached out to the family members of the warriors.
Which side are you talking about, bro?
And she said she was going to, but she never did. She never called anybody. And Christy, I'd like you to come up and say
and all of a sudden,
a few words, please.
Trump riding on his stupid horse, pretending like he cares about what happened in Afghanistan. What is that?
Good afternoon.
There's literally that's going on right now again, but
Christy
worse.
Shamblin, and my daughter-in-law was Sergeant Nicole Leanne G. And she was killed in the botched Afghanistan exit at Abbey Gate.
Hey.
She was the cornerstone of a very large family. And instead of planning family gatherings and holiday meals and Christmases,
What the fuck is he talking about? Right. I think he's talking about like the botched.
Our
They're
family and
talking about the
thousands of
botched
other
case that
families
happened, where they fucking killed a bunch of civilians they weren't supposed to kill. Sound familiar?
we as a family
Like,
celebrate my daughter-in-law at Arlington National Cemetery because she is in the ground. Her story isn't unique to our family. She's just ours.
yeah, it's not unique to your family.
There are thousands and thousands and thousands of wounded veterans who came home from that war, who need our help and who are ignored by our current administration.
I do think that there's
President
like
Trump
not enough help for vets, but also
peace
like
through
that's
strength.
the only reason I care about
know
that
it.
is because I know people are swindled into joining the military. People that join the military and that are like, yeah, I love the military. Like, let's go kill some brown people. Woohoo! Like, those people can fucking die.
Told the Taliban when he was negotiating with them because I've made it my business to know. And what he said to them when he was negotiating with the Taliban, he said, I will kill you if you harm one hair on one head of an American.
Of an American. How about of a civilian? How about that? That's crazy. It's so
President
crazy to
Trump
me because
shows up,
there's not going to be
he
one
reaches
ceasefire
out,
now in this whole speech.
and
I
he can
promise you.
fix our
I
country, and
promise
we
you.
can all heal
I bet
together.
millions on it. Guess who wants to take funding from the VA? Probably Trump. He wants to take money from everyone just to give it to him and his
So sad. So many cases. So many
his
cases. Nobody should have died.
financial
First of all, when they
companions.
left, the soldiers should have been there. They shouldn't have been home watching, except for a small group, and many of them got killed. And large numbers. Nobody ever mentions the arms, the legs missing, gone, the face just obliterated. Nobody talks about them. I talk about them all the time. But I want to thank you, Christy, and we'll carry Nicole's memory in our hearts forever. The full consequences of Kamala's 4-year reign are almost too terrible to
She's literally vice
discuss
president,
or
bro.
contemplate. We're coming
She does
to
not reign.
the end of a great campaign. I think we've had a great campaign.
Gotta pay for those 1% tax cuts. Well, it's just gonna be. It's gonna be more like the
We've
tariffs
really not
are
been provided the kind of protection
canceling that
I
out.
needed as
Any
president.
tax
And I
cuts
said
that
we
might
have to
take
do it
place.
anyway. When Secret Service would ask for additional
Mocked a Gold
people,
Star family. What's a
oftentimes
Gold Star? Is that like a
they were
military
constantly
thing?
asking for additional people, and I found Secret Service to be very brave. When I went, when I was hit and went down, they were right on top of me within seconds. I tell you what, those bullets were flying.
Oh my
right over
God,
my
we
head.
get
I
it.
heard
You got
them.
shot at.
And these guys were right. I don't know how they didn't get hit actually, but they were right there. You take a look at the video. One thing you would say, the video is there for people
Military
to see.
family that
but-
lost their child. Oh,
but
jeez.
They were
Yeah,
never
no, that's
given the kind
disgusting.
of help that they requested because our rallies were massively large and they needed more people, and they were always fighting for more people, and it was never given to them. Now they're being given, I hope, what they need, but we were, that was a constant fight. They'd come to me and they'd say, you guys don't want to give us the people. And yet Biden was covered and they'd have like 2 people show up. But
Give us the people.
Kamala
Are they
is
talking about
grossly
military?
incompetent.
Are they talking about like
A total train wreck who has destroyed everything
Army
in her
people?
path. She's destroyed everything.
She's destroyed
left
everything, bro. With
21
all her power
million
as vice
aliens
president.
pour across our country, and then she, maybe in a short while, has to go home and she'll get herself a job someplace, who knows. But think about it, and she can look at the carnage, and she can look at all the people that have been killed.
He's acting like
And
if
you haven't
she
seen anything
doesn't get
yet,
elected,
because
she's gonna have
they've
to like
just
go
started. They're
apply
just
to work
getting
at
comfortable
Walmart
in
or
that country.
something.
These
Like,
are
what are
very
you
tough
talking
people.
about, bro?
These criminals make our criminals look like nice people.
You aren't even qualified to work at
And,
Walmart.
she
Isn't
let
that crazy?
The more than
You aren't, sir.
13,000 convicted illegal aliens, nobody would have let these people into our country. And remember, they came out of the worst prisons in the world, the meanest, nastiest prisons in the world. And when she
That
says
exists,
that she
by the
wouldn't
way,
do anything different, does that
that you
mean that she
probably
would have
fund.
let 325,000 migrant children probably die, most of them, many of them? But at a minimum, they're slaves or they're sex slaves. And they're all over the country. Does that mean that she wouldn't have changed that? Does that mean that she wouldn't have changed so many of the other things that led to so much death and destruction and even financial destruction of our country itself? We could end up in a depression because of what she's left with us.
Do people understand that
They are the worst
the economy during someone's
combination
presidency
vice president in the
is
history
because of the
our
president
country, and I
before
often
them?
say
I'm
Jimmy
so
Carter's
fucking
a happy
confused.
man
Like,
because his administration, by comparison, was totally brilliant. It was brilliant. After Kamala endorsed defunding the police, she bailed out rioters, looters, and murderers, took them right out of jail during the
the
violent
second time
crimes
he's
in the
read the
United
speech.
States.
Yeah, he's killing the
Remember,
speech that
was
he's
in
reading off of a paper that he didn't write down.
Minnesota. Minneapolis was burning down. It was burning to the ground. I watched the CNN announcer say, "This is a friendly group of people." And over his shoulder, the entire skyline was burning. I've never seen it, but that's the fake news. But violent crime in the United States is up 37%. All of these different crimes are up anywhere from 37 to 105.
Because our cops
over
are
a very short
incarcerating more
period of
people.
time.
Like we trained
It's
them
almost
to.
like nobody even cares about it.
Nobody
simply, Kamala
cares about
Harris
it. No,
is
people love incarcerating people because they get free labor
not
out of
fit
it.
to be
Of course they
your
care about it.
President. We can't have it happen. We can't have it happen. We're going to make this country strong again. We're going to make it great again. We're going to be respected again.
It's so funny because like the country lost so much respect when he was president. So for him to say that is kind of laughable. And he's had failed attempts at
message
selling
has been
products.
a
No, truly.
message of
My man would
hate
not get a job at
and division.
Walmart. He
And my
couldn't.
message is about saving our economy, securing our border,
Some fiscal policy,
bringing
yes.
together the greatest
There are
and
some things that can
broadest
have
coalition in American history. There's never been a
immediate
coalition
impact,
like
but-
this. Everybody's included. And on issue after issue, she broke it. They broke it together. But for purposes of this election, she broke it. Can't let her go. And I'm going to fix it, and I'm going to fix it very fast.
She broke, for purposes of this election, she broke it. What is it? Why is it
And on
only
the
for this election?
illegal- Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On the illegal immigrants that will be taken out of the country, as you know, we're going to be taking them out. And if
That's
they come back,
terrifying.
we have laws that will be immediately enacted where they serve 10 years in prison. They won't come back. And if that's not long enough, we'll have to do something else.
What
But
the fuck?
we don't want them back. They're not going to come back.
No way people are clapping for that right now.
And as you know, we're asking for the death penalty for any migrant who comes into our country and kills an American citizen or a police or law enforcement person. 'Cause we have to
Giving
protect our
extremely
police. Our
vulnerable
police are
people
under siege also at
no
numbers that
way
nobody
out
thought were
if they're
possible. The
put in a
worst they've ever seen. It's
position
very hard to recruit.
where something out of
And
their
really
control
for
happens.
Not just the danger, it's hard to
Do you
recruit 'cause
really
they don't
think
have the
that
spirit
people
anymore
are
for our
coming and
country
moving
because they're
here
being
to
led with
start a
people
new
that are
life and
spiritless.
then
They
also
really are
kill
spiritless.
cops?
They can't instill spirit.
What are you talking about? You're a moron.
Any citizen, they get killed.
In 10 years in federal
death
prison
penalty,
for
and that includes
migrating?
Police or
Like,
law
what are you
enforcement
fucking
officers.
talking about? I don't even know what he said, but he's probably wrong about that too.
But we're going to revive our economy. We're going to use a system of very fair, very reasonable tariffs. As I said, so powerful. We've never used them.
Yeah, where are you going to put them? He's
China
like, we're
paid
going to
us
put them
hundreds of
back.
billions
The
of
f
dollars,
are you
hundreds
talking
of
about?
billions of dollars,
Hey,
and
you know who you should put
no
back?
other president's gotten 10 cents from China. China had a free ride, but so did many other countries. European Union is taking advantage of us. They don't
Fuck
take
it,
our
I'll
product,
say it.
and yet we take their product.
You can
all
let
over
all the
place. We
people
take their
that
farming product, we take
migrated
their
to Israel because you
cars,
stuffed them there when they
left
were
and
getting
right,
oppressed and
right?
violently murdered.
BMW,
You can let them go back to their
Mercedes-Benz,
countries, their home countries.
Volkswagen. Millions and millions. They don't take our cars.
And then
I
give
said to
Palestinians
Angela
their land
Merkel
back.
At the time, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in Berlin?
Nobody
Why,
wants
I
to
don't
talk about
believe
that
you have
illegal
any. I said,
immigration,
You're
though.
right about that, Angela.
No.
Well, we're going to change it. But they don't take our product. We have a deficit with them of over $300 billion. Think of that. And people think of them as friendly, but they're very tough and very, very fair. I mean, look, they united in order to take advantage of the United States. That's why they united.
Did he just say they're fair?
Their coalition, and that was done to take advantage of the United States. So we know how to take advantage of them. We're going to take it back. We're
Why
gonna
is
take it all
race
back. Those
yellow?
countries,
Why is race for the White House yellow?
Many of those companies will
weird.
be coming back. They'll be coming back.
Yeah, my conspiracy
because
theory. Why?
when
Why'd they do
they're told
that?
They're going to have to pay a 25%
dog-ass
tariff, or
whistle.
50%, or 100%. We saved our steel industry when I imposed large tariffs on China steel coming in. They were dumping steel here by millions and millions and millions of
Let's just talk about
yards of
tariffs,
steel.
by the way,
Like
just
no-
so we all remember what's going on. Tariffs affect us. We have to pay, the business owners in America have to pay for those tariffs, and then that reflects in the merchandising costs, if you will. That is how tariffs work. An annoying orange at that.
Nobody's ever seen our steel businesses. We're going out of business. We can't lose our steel industry. If for no other reason, our own security. We need steel. If we go to war, we're not going to go to war. We're not going to have World War III. But if we ever go to war, you better hope that we have a steel
Yeah.
industry, or those
The tariffs
beautiful
argument
tanks
is dumb.
and everything else that we need to
Stupid.
make won't be made. The planes, the tanks, the whole thing.
If you're going to vote for Trump and
I
that's your
said that
argument, you're
by
stupid.
imposing tariffs, they were dumping it. I think they were dumping it in order to destroy every steel plant would have been closed if I didn't do what I did. And we happen to be taking in, billions of dollars. In fact, it's so good that Biden has been trying his best to end it, but he's unable to do it. Too much money. It's been too much money. They're paying a fortune, but I would have had it a lot different. And we'll get along with China. We'll get along with Russia. We'll get along with everybody. We had the fake Russia hoax, which took 2 years, and then they came out with a report that we did absolutely nothing wrong. That was a stacked deck too. The people doing it, they couldn't say there was nothing. We had nothing. They checked millions of phone calls, not one call made to Russia, not one call. It was a terrible thing they did to the
Oh, you
country.
didn't ring
And
up
actually
the
put us in
country
a
of
lot
Russia?
danger, to be honest with you. I
Okay,
didn't have
how
somewhat
about
of a
did you ring up
relationship with
Putin?
Russia and Putin and all. We had to have it.
Did
And by
you
the
have
way,
a tete-a-tete
getting along
with
President
Putin?
Xi and Putin and Kim Jong-un of North Korea. If you remember when I met with Obama, his wife was very nasty to me the other day. That was not nice. She was
Oh,
very
angry
nasty.
black
She
female,
said
please.
nasty things. I was always
Shut the fuck up.
I was always very respectful of her, but she got up there, which shows you how nervous they are about what's happening. But she was nasty 2 days ago. She got up and said some bad things she shouldn't have said. They were wrong too. But we're going to
They were
turn our
wrong,
country
too.
around, and
I'm not a sex offender. I've only been convicted multiple times. I mean, accused multiple times.
and we're going to pay a lot of respect to the three representatives, because that's what they are. They're representatives of millions
Trump
of
was
people.
respectful.
I mean, the businesses, so many businesses are just dying right
It's better
now.
than a monopoly.
Millions and millions
What
of
is?
people. They're representative of
Tariffs?
and our wounded and our hurt
Is that what you
soldiers.
mean?
We have to take care of them.
Cuddly
They
Ryder,
came
oh my
back
god, an
from
hour ago I just
Afghanistan.
realized you
Boy,
resubbed for 8 months.
Nobody
My
talks
darling, I
about
love
it. They
you.
just don't talk
You're probably
about
gone
it,
now,
but I
but I
talk
love you.
about them. And we're going to take care of them. You know, we had the greatest success with the VA, the Veterans Administration. We had a 92% approval rating.
Tariffs and monopolies?
We got it so they had choice
Tariffs don't
because
keep
they
it
were
from having
waiting 4,
monopolies.
5, 6.
How?
They were waiting
Literally, how
4,
do those
5,
connect?
6 months, 7
I mean,
months
not that
to
they're
see a
not
doctor.
connected,
And I came in and I got, with the help of some of the great Congress people that are here, We have some great ones. Thank you very much.
If
Thank
anything,
you.
it
Thank you.
excludes
Got quite a few
other
of 'em.
business owners, smaller business owners, from
And
being
I
able
didn't even
to
tell them be
provide
here. They want to be
the
here because they know exactly. Oh yes, very good. We have
the
one of-
number,
one of
the amount of product that they can turn over and make cheaper, if anything. But that's not preventing monopolies, the tariffs.
greats, but they wanted to be here. A lot of people wanted. I didn't tell anybody to be here actually, but they wanted to be.
Hey, I didn't
But
tell
we
one
have to
person
take
this was
care of our
happening today.
military.
And
Think
look
of
at you
this.
all. All
Soldiers
15
are
of you
waiting
showed up
6 months to
anyways.
see a doctor. Can you imagine yourself?
It's
You don't
crazy.
feel good. You could be cured with a pill or with a shot or with something very minor, like a minor operation. And after 6 months, you're now terminally
Like, did
ill.
he just tell us to take shots?
So I made it, and they've been trying to do this for 48 years. I made it. We call it choice, like school choice, which is also a very good thing, by the way. But we call it choice, where you have your choice. You go to a doctor. If you have to wait
School
more than
choice
one
is a
day,
good
you
thing.
go outside, you get a
What
doctor, you
school?
get yourself fixed up,
what are you
and we
talking
pay the
about?
bill. And it's been unbelievable. I heard just the other day for the first time that Kamala and Biden are trying to destroy that. They're trying to make it so that you have to wait for 6 months again, back to where it was. We had a 92% approval rating. And now,
This is the argument
they
that
do- if they
Republicans
go
have
back
for
to that,
universal
you're gonna
health care
have-
all the
I
time.
did
You want to wait
another
for
thing.
6
You
months or
weren't
do you want
able to get
immediate
because of
help?
Civil service.
There
You
are
weren't able to
plenty
get fire people. If somebody was a
of qualified
degenerate,
doctors.
if somebody was terrible, if they treated
That would
our
be a
heroes
part
badly,
of a universal
we
health
want them
system where you
fired.
could
We
still
want
get
them
help
fired
within,
immediately.
like,
but we were
but
unable to
an
get them
emergency
fired
is a different
because
thing.
they were
Like,
protected by unions and
an
by
emergency
civil
service is different
and I
than a
had it
doctor's
passed in
appointment.
Congress, which people have also been trying to get. And we were able to fire 9,000 people out of
could
the
have it
VA
immediately,
and
but you'll be
replace them
bankrupt
with people
afterwards.
that love our
Exactly.
heroes as opposed to sadists. We had sadists. We had sick people. We had sadists in there that really harmed our
sick
our
people.
great
You're
people,
sick,
our
bro.
great veterans, and we were able to get rid of them. We got them out, and we replaced them with people that can love and take care of these wonderful people that served us so well. So we did good. We had a 92% approval rating. Nobody's ever. They've been in the 40s and the 30s,
Does he
and
know
now
what
it's
that
heading
word
back
means?
in that direction. I'm afraid. I hear they want to dismantle everything, and it's almost like you'd say, why? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? And yet they'll spend. You know, you can't say
I
money
ask that
because they
question
give away
all the time
hundreds
about
of
all of
billions
you.
of dollars to anybody
Every
that
politician.
needs it, but
Why
they
would
won't
they do
take
that?
care of our veterans. They won't take care of our people. They won't take care of our soldiers. They won't take care of our elderly. They won't take care of anybody, but they give every time certain people come to town, they walk away with $100 billion for countries that many people have never even heard of. So I just want to tell you, this is a campaign
Exactly,
that's been
Torontonian.
long and hard. I've been on the road or campaigning for 58 straight days. I haven't taken a day off. Proud of that.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should take a few. Maybe you should go home
and
close the curtains.
And I won't be taking one off. We have 7 days to go. You can be sure I won't be.
7 days.
And do many, many things.
This is
every
live,
year. And I
right?
just want to end by, I've watched their commercials.
Elections in 2 days.
And
Am I
they're
crazy?
really fraudulent.
What's going on?
They'll say, he doesn't want to frack. I've wanted to frack always. They'll
I've
say,
always wanted to frack, bro. I've always wanted to
everything
frack.
exactly the opposite. Oh, I want to destroy Social Security. No, they're going to destroy. I'm the one that saved it. And for 4 years, we made it even better. I'm the one, and I didn't raise ages. I didn't do the things that they're going to do.
Social Security is
because they're
basically
allowing
non-existent. How did you make it
millions of
better?
these people to go onto Social Security, Medicare. They're going to destroy it. She's going to destroy
They're
the
going
whole
to destroy
country.
it.
Because it's not
gonna
sustainable by any country.
I
But
haven't
the
heard
ads-
one single time, honestly, Kamala say that he doesn't want to frack either. They both want to. Neither of them give a fuck about the environment. I'm confused.
And the statements that they make are exactly the opposite.
He's just
They will
self-victimizing
say
per
that,
usual,
"Oh,
though.
I'm going to raise taxes. He's going to raise taxes. Just the opposite. I'm going to
Absolutely,
lower
Torontonian.
taxes, and I have done that. But I'm going to lower taxes, and she's raising taxes by 30, 40, and 50%. But they'll have a commercial. And I just say this because I hope people understand.
Is the
These
30,
people
40, and-
lie. They lie. They're very
Is the 30, 40, and 50% based on like your income? For higher incomes to get higher percentages? Is that what he was saying? I swear when people also use the, well, you can't tax on assets because it's not cash. Shut up. Shut up. Just because you don't own that money, okay, well, you chose to throw that money into like an investment, which I invest in stuff. I would also count that as a part of my assets. And how are you going to do that? Because there's a different number. No, that's true. There should be a system implemented for that if we're going to keep the stock system. Like if we're going to keep that as a part of our economic system.
Very disingenuous, and we are going to finish up our campaign. And it's interesting because I haven't taken any time off for a long time. I tell you who can tell you about that, all the people that follow.
If you use that to get a loan, it should count immediately as an asset and be taxed appropriately. Yeah.
Us, including the people in the campaign, but including Secret Service, who has been working very, very hard. I will tell you, they've really been.
If you use what to get a loan? With capital and such, like if you don't fully own it, I think I haven't really put too much thought into this part of it, but I do think that like there should still be a tax paid that would have a percentage of what you do own of the house, or just what the total value of it is potentially, but that could be detrimental to someone's bank account. But also maybe don't invest in something like that if you can't swing the taxes of it. I don't know. I definitely think like if you have the money to confidently put a down payment on a house, then you should be charged taxes for the house. Like, oh no.
More than anything else, it's a campaign of hate. It's a campaign of absolute hate. And, you know, I said yesterday that she's a vessel. She is a vessel. It's a very big, powerful party.
Thank God they fixed his mic. Holy
with
crap.
Smart people. Have to be smart. But it's vicious. They're vicious, and they're perhaps even trying to destroy our country. Because who would want...
Yeah, using the building as collateral and then not being taxed on it is crazy.
open borders where millions of people can flow in from prisons and from gangs, the worst gang members anywhere in the world. Who would want this for our country? Who would want all of
You
these
were a part of a gang.
transgender operations all over
You
the
are
place?
literally a
like
gang
at will,
member, you
even if
moron.
you're in detention. I want a transgender. These are things she stood for. Who wants to defund the police? She's wanted her whole career to defund the police. She only changed recently. She changed on 15 different items. Fracking. She was against fracking at the highest level. Wouldn't even think about it. Now all of a sudden, oh, I like fracking very much.
Yeah,
But
you'd
they
see a lot
change
less
after
funny
the election in
business.
about 2 minutes, and I think
True.
Pennsylvania understands that. After 2 assassination attempts in just over 3 months, her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. And I can say that if I were president and somebody was being threatened, openly threatened like they've threatened me, I would say, if you do that, even if this was an opponent who I disliked, if you do that, we will obliterate your entire country, and it would all stop. But they wouldn't make that statement.
Just picked a
They
scab,
won't
gonna
make
go
that.
out. Wait, are you being metaphorical or did you actually just bust a scab open?
And essentially, that statement has been made by other presidents, even concerning their opponents, as you know. Today, we're going to talk about the real
Can I go die now?
character of Kamala.
Don't do it.
And a person who has
Get
no
some alcohol
remorse
on
for
that
the
bitch.
anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America.
Liz Cheney says hi, Donald.
On the
Yikes. After he threatened her.
contrary, I have to tell you, Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
The
She's
daily
going
act of
out.
mispronouncing her name is beyond racist. Like, just him saying her name wrong and making everyone else do that as like an irking, beyond racist. Like, disgusting, and like minuscule microaggressions like that are the small part of the racism that we're seeing from him and what he's allowing or what he's making other people think is okay to do now. Because, oh, look, all the racists and the homophobes and the transphobes and the misogynists are coming out of the woodworks. Let's give them a platform to speak. Let's make them feel like they're not alone. Hey, go eat freaking rocks, bro. You and all your bigot compadres can freaking eat rocks and sticks and choke on them.
And only criticizing, talking about Hitler and Nazi, and because her record's horrible. Her borders are the worst in the history of the world. There's never been a border in the world like this. I always say in third world countries, banana republics, they'd fight them away with sticks and stones.
Banana republics? Am I missing a joke? Isn't that a store? Also, cue Kamala talking about like fucking, oh, we had a border bill that will put more security at the border and Donald Trump said no to the bill. Both of them suck.
If they had to. We let them come in, come on in. Knowing in many
I
cases
picked at a
they're
rug burn
murderers,
scab and it
they're
started to
drug
bleed.
lords,
Ew!
they're
Stop.
traitors in so many ways to
I'm sorry, I hope
our
it hurts
country.
less than it does
If
right
they
now.
were involved in our country at all, even that, they're coming back in. People that left because they were traitors are coming back in. Everybody's coming back in.
I don't know about this, Trontonian. Like, the one shining light in this is if when Kamala wins, it will absolutely break the mango man-child mentality. And I was talking about this with someone the other day, and the complacency that could follow if Kamala does win, whenever there's so much work that's to be done after the fact. Like, she, you know, we're only going to know when, if and when she goes into office, what she's actually going to do. But controversially, I think that what would be more radical would come out of Trump winning. I don't want Trump to win by any means. Fuck that. But I also don't want Kamala to win. Because I think that Kamala will cause a sense of complacency, and I do see that. And I also think that, like, again, we can only know after the person's in the office, but we know where Trump's head is at, and also he's extremely he like hates everyone that's not like a old white billionaire. You know what I mean? So
and it's at a level that we've never seen before. Criminals off the streets. And you know, other countries from where they're coming are now setting records, good records for them, where crime is down 70 and 75%. Because they're taking the criminals off the street. They're emptying their jails into our country.
Yeah, if he loses to a black woman, he'll freak out, yes.
And they're not finished yet. They've got, I'm amazed. I thought they would
He
have done it
freaked out
by
when he
now,
lost
but
to an old white man.
If you take a look at Venezuela, their crime is way, way, way down. Then you go to Caracas and you wouldn't recognize
Venezuela's
it. You can
crime is
actually
way
walk
down
the
because
streets
they're under a dictatorship.
without being shot or killed or mugged.
Like, what are you talking
It's
about?
becoming a safe city because they've taken all their criminals. Most of them, the rest are coming. They're all coming.
The crime is within the
taken their drug
government, and you're
dealers
not
and they've
tracking it because
put
it's the
them
people in
into
charge.
The United
Crime's
States
down
of
in
America.
Venezuela.
Thank you very
Shut
much,
the frick
Kamala.
up.
Appreciate it. But she
I believe it,
continues,
Scorpion.
and she will continue this misery, and her policies have caused such harm and such pain. And the three great people up here with me are going to just discuss that for a little while about what's happened to them, how their lives have been shattered. I'd like to begin with the story of one mother whose life Kamala has utterly destroyed this life. And we're talking about thousands of people in very similar situations. Every day under Kamala, open border policies. And if you remember, Joe Biden appointed her as the border czar. She doesn't want to use that term, but let's say we'll just use a different term. She was responsible for the borders.
I agree, Vote.
Totally responsible. She never made one call to Border Patrol. 2 weeks ago, the Border Patrol endorsed
totally
me with the most beautiful endorsement I think I've ever gotten.
Did he just say
And in all fairness, they've endorsed me every single year, but they've endorsed
the Border Patrol
again,
endorsed
and
him?
they endorsing me, saying I was the best president we've ever had and the best president by far.
Oh,
on the border.
no. That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
They
How
said
are the
that-
polls looking right now?
They said that, and this is not easy for them to say. They said that she was easily the worst person ever to work with them on the border, most incompetent, the least caring. Think of it. Not one call in almost 4 years was made to Border Patrol. Like, how we doing? I used to call all the time.
How we doing?
I'd say, how we doing, fellas?
How's
it
everyone
going?
doing?
Is it going well? And they're great people. Men and women, Border Patrol, great people. They want to do their job. She didn't call them once. She released the two men who murdered this woman's very precious daughter. Everything you need to know about
they're about neck and neck.
what happened.
The last time I checked, this is looking like it's just showing Iowa. I don't know.
The character of
about a couple
Kamala
hours
Harris,
ago, it was.
You'll know from just watching this video. We had it done yesterday. It's very
about
quick,
down the
very
middle.
easy to do, but it was
more men voting for Trump, more women voting for Kamala. Yada yada.
very heartbreaking. We showed it in a room full of people, and everybody was just.
I want to see that Cardi B
Everybody
speech
was
too.
crying.
I'm not gonna lie.
Some pretty tough people were
I
crying.
kind of want to watch it.
Please take a look.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because of her coming to work with me in the morning to do her summer school. She said, okay. I told her good night and I love you. I went to bed, not realizing that that was going to be the last time I saw her.
We're best friends.
Yeah. We're going to shake it again.
I woke up to notice she wasn't in her bed. I'm in my heart trying not to lose my mind because I don't know where she is. I finally remembered her phone had a location on, and her phone was pinging just 2 minutes down the road,
really into
right behind the skate park. I start driving.
My
to
man might be
the
getting spray
direction
tans.
the phone was being pinged
I don't think
at,
Trump is getting in the bed. I think he's getting spray
see
tans.
a couple cop cars with lights on. I see yellow tape, and immediately my heart drops and sinks to the bottom of my stomach. My daughter's hands and ankles were both bound.
Oh my goodness.
She was strangled to death left with. And I know in my heart, she fought incredibly
Respectfully,
hard. She was not
this
going
is not.
down
This is just
without
for TOS. I'm gonna
Biggest
speed
issue,
this
and
up
I'm
because
seeing it
I need
more
to
and
know what his
more when
point
I
is.
speak. I see it more.
And I don't
Inflation's
want
terrible.
that
It's
without
hurting
a
our
trigger
country.
warning.
It's just decimating our seniors. That's why I talk about Social Security. No tax for our seniors on Social Security because they've been decimated by inflation. But what Kamala did to Jocelyn and her family is the most heartless and
I
cold-blooded
don't understand
betrayal imaginable.
What did Kamala do? in that
Thousands of
situation?
cases just like that. Thousands. In throwing open the border. Think of it, open borders, they come in from parts unknown. People have no idea who they are, where they're from, anything about them. They know nothing. They just walk into our country. And as soon as I heard they were doing that, I said, well, I know these countries. I know every one of the leaders of all these different countries. They're very smart. They're very sharp. They're very streetwise. I said, I know what they're going to do. They're going to open up their jails and just dump them into the United States. And that's what happened. They opened up their jails. And some of the most
Poor
ruthless
girl.
killers in the world
What happened?
are now roaming our fields and our streets all over the United States. I knew that was going to happen, and I would do the same thing if I were running one of those many countries that we're talking about, and not just the 3 or 4 that we constantly mention that are near us, all
Zero
over
tax
South
on Social
America,
Security.
all over the Middle East, all over Asia, all over Europe, all over Africa. Tremendous numbers of people are coming out of Africa, and they're coming from all over the world. They're dumping them at our
Illegal
border,
immigrating-
pushing them across the line.
murdering someone.
And say, don't ever come back. If you come back, we're going to kill you. And we're stuck with them. But we're not going to be stuck with them for long.
Okay. I understand.
So Kamala violated her oath. She desecrated our laws, and she got innocent girls like Jocelyn tortured and killed. Anyone who knowingly sets loose these monsters into our country has absolutely no right to be running for office,
Conflating
let alone the
immigrants
office
with
of president.
a murderer.
No right.
That's what he just did.
So here today is another great
Heard better
person,
insight from an air dryer in the
American
bathroom.
mom, Tammy Nobles. 2
I'd
years
be
ago,
going deep in
Tammy's
thought whenever those
20-year-old
things are on.
daughter, Kayla Hamilton, who had an autism diagnosis, was found raped, tied up and strangled to death with a telephone cord in her home.
Jesus Christ.
Kayla's murderer was an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member, among the most vicious gangs anywhere in the world. I took him out by the thousands thanks to ICE. We're going to protect ICE. Kamala wanted to defund ICE. We didn't have ICE, we'd never get anybody out. They're tough and they're smart and they love our country. But an MS-13 gang member who was apprehended by Border Patrol, but under the policy of our border czar,
Weird that Europe
Kamala,
wasn't dumping people.
he was released into the United States to kill. Tammy, please come up and say a few words, please. Thank you.
What? Released in the United States to kill? What the fuck are you talking about?
I just wanted to say that Homeland Security did not do their job.
Oh.
Health and Human Services did not do their job. The Biden-Harris administration did not do their job. If they would have done their job, made that one phone call to El Salvador, my daughter would still be alive today. Kayla was a very beautiful young lady inside and out. She was independent, learning to become independent. She had 2 jobs. She overcame obstacles dealing, with autism and was able to find a job that she loved. She loved animals, especially her cat Oreo, and she cared about the homeless. She loved God and she loved going to church. And her life was just ripped from her 3 days after she celebrated her 20th birthday. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, Tammy. And we will not forget Kayla. And she's looking down. She's very proud of Mom. Kamala's cruel and immoral actions on our border are actually disqualifying, in my opinion. She's unfit. She's an unfit person. And she knows this is going on. She never called anybody, including the 13 soldiers that were so needlessly killed in Afghanistan with that horrible moment in time where our country was just lost all respect from the whole world when they saw that. That's one of the reasons that Putin went in. He would have never gone in, ever. He wouldn't have gone in. If I were president, he would have never gone in. I ended his pipeline in Europe, no problem. And what happened? Biden comes in, he proves it right away, but he kills the Keystone Pipeline. Putin never would have come in. And he didn't, by the way, for 4 years. There was never a threat that he was going to do that. But he saw weakness, and I think a lot of it was seen in that horrible period of time. She is also aiding and abetting the cartels, allowing vast quantities of deadly drugs to pour unchecked into our country. And remember this, they now have an app. You call the app and you bring whatever you want, you bring them over, they'll tell you exactly. Can you believe it? They have an app. And they have airplanes, big, beautiful Boeing airplanes flying back and forth over our border.
Boeing?
They were saying, where are
Damn,
those
throw 'em
planes
out.
coming from?
Throw
Where are
'em
they
out.
going? They were loaded up with migrants. They're dropping them out in the Midwest. They're dropping them all over the place. And I will tell you, if you look at Aurora in Colorado,
I'm trying to
or
look
in
up
Springfield,
these 2 ladies behind him and what the fuck they're talking about. It's over a decade-long period to source the fact that people are not. Just so you know what I'm reading right now, and that's why I'm like trying to engage, but also he's just saying shit right now.
in Ohio. In Ohio, they dropped 32,000 illegal aliens. They tried to give them legal terminology, but it's not. Illegal aliens, 32,000 into a 50,000 person town, beautiful town, no problems. And now they don't know what to do. and they want to be nice, and the mayor wants to be nice. His big thing is to get interpreters because they don't speak English. It's very hard to get interpreters.
He can just lie, no one calls him out. Yeah.
And he's
This
trying to get
website
interpreters, but in the meantime,
says
they're taking up the
fact-checking Trump's
hospitals. So
migrant
when
murders
people from
claims, but then
Springfield would
it doesn't
routinely
really
be able to
say
check
much
with
more
a
than that.
doctor, go to a hospital, they're unable to get in, they're packed. The whole town has changed, and this is happening all over our country. Aurora probably is an even worse situation because you have the meanest, worst gang from Venezuela in the world, probably, maybe as bad or worse than MS-13. And they've literally taken over the town. They've taken over large sections of the town. They've gone into the real estate business. They've taken over apartment complex.
Yeah.
They took over a number of complexes where the people are
bulk of these
paying them
murders
rent. They've become the landlord. Isn't that nice? And
What?
they're rough, tough people, and they have the
They
latest
become the
weapons.
landlord, acting like they can just
They have
step into a
military-quality weapons,
building,
and
an
everyone's saying,
abandoned
"Where did
building,
they
and be
get
like, now I'm charging rent, bitch, and
Gotta
we're
get 'em outta here. We gotta get 'em
evading the
out
taxes of the city for years and years. Like, what are you talking about?
So today,
You're insinuating that states
I'm
let
announcing
people
that
get
for the
away with
first
just
time
stealing
under
money
my
from them? Is that what you're saying?
seizing the assets of the
They do
criminal
that,
gangs and
but
drug
not. It's not
cartels.
immigrants that get away with it.
And we will use those assets to create a compensation fund to provide restitution for the victims of migrant crime, and the government will help in the restoration. The government will help in the restitution, but something has to be done, and we're gonna get it done. Kamala has also caused untold misery through her
I don't understand.
destruction of our economy. Our economy is not, this is just, it's like a fake economy. Some of the best people on Wall Street are saying the economy is only good because they think, I don't want to say this because other people have said it, that's not me saying it, but they think Trump is going to get elected. That's the only reason our economy is good. That's the only reason the stock market is up. Scott is here, I think, someplace, and he's one of the most respected people on.
Hold on. Look at this. The mothers of Jocelyn and Rachel. Oh, Jesus. One was 12, one was 37. Spoke of the impact of illegal immigrants allegedly killing their children, while another mom whose son, Weston Funder, died from fentanyl overdose. All three moms had not heard from the vice president on the deaths of their children, because the vice president does like personal calls. It's just been 3 months and 10 days since my daughter's life was taken. I still am not understanding individuals like that, these monsters. Who is it? Illegally entered without inspection, parole, or admission by the U.S. immigration officer on an unknown date at the unknown location. Why is everything unknown? These suspects, in Jocelyn's case, both Venezuelan nationals, entered the United States illegally, a spokesperson for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement previously confirmed. A spokesperson for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement said the two Venezuelan nationals are the suspects. They entered illegally. Warren told reporters on Friday that her daughter had gone out for a walk, as she often did in Maryland, but Maryland? Bitch, that's not even a little bit close to Mexico. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, Venezuela. But still. That's... Okay, wait. But waiting in the woods was an illegal immigrant who assaulted her daughter and dragged her through the streets. Was later arrested and charged with murder. Okay, so after there were 10 to 5 head wounds, she suffered strangling. Not immune. I don't understand. This is tough because I'm reading what it's saying, but also, like, I don't really believe the cops who arrested people. Like,
He's been,
you know what I
he's
mean?
actually
I
made a
don't
very big
trust
point of it,
the
that
police.
The stock market is only
So
doing well because of the fact that
why
they
was
think
this
Trump
guy
is gonna win
arrested?
the
I'm not.
election, so,
If it was him, then it was fucking. Then that's
we'll
messed
see.
up. But that also
Kamala
happens from
cast
tons of Americans.
the
Like,
deciding
Americans do
votes
that shit too.
that caused the worst inflation in our lifetime. Maybe the worst inflation we've ever had, because I don't think they're, I mean, I know for a fact they're not adding all of the numbers. If they did, I think it's the worst inflation probably in the lifetime
Worst inflation
of the country. And it's costing typical American families over $30,000.
I mean, inflation has been
Nearly
shitty.
half of Americans now say they're
It's about
broke.
not matching the
Think of
wages
that. Half of Americans are saying
to
they're
be
broke. They
livable.
have no money.
The
Two-thirds
minimum
say they're living
wages.
from paycheck to
Not
paycheck,
forcing
and that's
business
a
owners
record.
to pay their
We've never
people
had that.
properly.
To that extent, we've never
It's not
ever
about
had
inflation.
that. Millions of Americans are lying awake at night.
Please tell me you'll be
worried
live
about how
Tuesday. I'm gonna
they're
need my emotional
pay their
support smarty
bills
pants lady.
because Kamala
I'm actually gonna be on
wrecked their
set
family
Tuesday. I'm
finances,
sorry.
and
I
she's done
know.
that.
Tuesday night
She's
when
done
I come
nothing
home,
good.
I might
They have
find
done
the power
nothing
within
good. And I
me just
speak of
because it's
Kamala,
such an
but it's
important day.
Partially Joe, but Joe's out of
Um,
it. You know, Joe's sort of out of it. She's been out of
But
it
it won't
for
be
a
till
long
later.
time. Now she wants to raise taxes for the typical family by $3,000 a year. She's got no empathy for the hardworking Americans
If they crossed
whose
into during his
dreams
presidency.
she's killed, and said recently that there is not one thing that she would do differently from Biden. That's only because she choked. I'm sure she could have come up with a couple of things if she really thought about it, because there's been so much.
I mean, here's the thing
destruction
though.
caused
She's
by the
also said
Biden
she's completely different than Biden.
One of the things that people don't talk about in the
So
news
he's just
never
pinpointing
talks
what's
about-
convenient for
they
him
don't talk
because
about, as an example,
there's a certain amount
Afghanistan.
of
This is something that's incredible, because when you
discretion that I'm sure comes with being a black female
325,000
candidate for presidency.
are missing,
For president?
dead, sex slaves or slaves. 325,000 children who came in through the open border are now missing. Many of them are dead, and nobody
Sorry.
talks about it. It's,
Is he saying that children are being brought into the country from other countries and then trafficked? Yeah, dude, based. Now let's talk about who's actually doing it. Let's talk about who's actually doing the trafficking. The
I said,
fuck?
this must be a mistake. This can't be possible. When I read it first, I said, this can't be. You're talking about take your largest stadium and fill it up many times. That's what the kind of numbers are. Here today is Michael Copy, a small business owner who runs a dry cleaner and is struggling to get by because of what Kamala has done to his business. They've destroyed small businesses in this country. Michael, please.
He's going to advocate for small businesses now?
I just want to say thank you, Mr. President, for affording me the opportunity and the high
Going
honor
outside the country.
of joining you here today and sharing my small business story with you folks and the American people.
The fact that she needs to do her job 1,000 times better,
it's,
right?
a chain of eco-friendly dry cleaners throughout the Tri-County here in West Palm. And it seems not too long ago, just a few years, the customer and us, the small business owner, we were able to keep up with inflation. There were resources available to us for expansion, or if you had a bad month, you know, if there was something you needed to make up for it, seemed like the support was there.
Trump's face is like, he looks like he's zoning out completely, and he's just waiting for this guy to gas him up.
And now, just a few
I don't care
short
what you're
years
talking about.
later,
Tell him how much you love
it seems
me.
like all of those resources have dried up. The support's no longer there. We had an expansion plan about 6 years ago.
Nope, not happening yet.
That we had to pause.
6 years ago. That was my.
Because we
that
have
was my
to
run.
wait for our customers now to
I'm being
catch up
Trump.
with the inflation, the supply chain issues still, because we as a small business, we can't double our price points, although the cost of doing business now is 2, 3, or 4 times what it was.
Which, by the way, 6 years ago was in the middle of his reign as president, Trump's. So, like, 2 years in, you start to see the impacts of the standing president. Just saying. There were so many kids being brought in. He normally just went to his BFF's island for that sort of thing. He's so upset he could have saved that money. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Is he asking for government handouts? Let's review Don's records on screwing small business owners. It's long. No, truly.
Just a few years ago. So we've had to get creative. Our industry, probably 30% in the dry cleaning industry, never survived COVID. And just recently this summer, I was contacted, my wife and I, by another local dry cleaner here in West Palm. They were asking advice. So husband and wife been there for about 35 years. Their lease was up, and the landlord was doubling their rent, which would have meant that that's what they've been paying themselves
Where is he
for
right now?
probably the better part of 20 years. So they had to make a decision. Do they hand the keys back, or do we get creative, work together, pool resources?
Only
And
help
so
the
what
wealthy
we did
farmers?
was we figured out the right price point for them, but we did their cleaning for them, at least until we figured it out. And so they were not able to pay their operations. They couldn't keep that going, but they were able to save their business by strategically
Yeah, but
partnering.
politicians promise
And
groups of people
by
things
the
and
end
then
of
don't
summer, I think I was contacted
deliver.
by about 12 other local dry cleaners saying, can you guys help us
All of
also,
them do
because
that.
we're
'Cause
going through the
there's-
same thing.
Yeah. I mean, there's many different reasons why they don't come through.
And it seems now, so the delta between the reality of what inflation is right now and we have in front of us, the reality of that and the small business owners' capabilities, that delta is too great. So unless we effect change immediately, I fear that
What's a
in the next
delta?
few years, if we don't see that change, we might see another 30% of our industry and others no longer exist. So I just want to say thank you
People
again,
didn't go
Mr.
into office. They
President,
didn't need their fancy
for
office
allowing
where
me to
dry
share
cleaned.
my Go Green Dry Cleaner story. And thank
Right.
you.
The dry cleaning business, whatever what we do without dry cleaners. Also, I'd like to point out that dry cleaners
Thank you very much. We
have
really helped a lot
poisoned
of people during
water
the
sources in certain
prime time
areas
of the
in
China
California
virus. And we helped a lot of people
by dumping
and we did it
chemicals into the water
intelligently.
supply.
Then, when they took over,
So,
they
mixed
just threw
emotions on
money
dry
around
cleaning
like
industry.
it was dirt. And as you know, the recent monster hurricane Helene just wiped out so much. If you look at the different states, North Carolina, Georgia,
So
Alabama,
the free market capitalists have said
South
that the market
Carolina,
is
Florida,
speaking. Yes,
Tennessee.
of course.
It was just
Guess who uses
devastating,
dry cleaning? Yeah,
devastating.
exactly.
And the response was the worst since
elite.
since Katrina, but really a lot of people think it was much worse than Katrina. It's still, they haven't shown up. They're not in North Carolina. The people of North Carolina have suffered incredibly, and there's just nobody to help them. FEMA has been a total disaster. We had FEMA that was fantastic when we did this, because we had our hurricanes too. We had some bad ones, but we did a great job with it. It's not there, and then you see that they, originally blamed, and then they tried
Got some
to
wool
take
suits
it
that
back,
require
was
it, but I
a little
barely
late,
wear
but
them.
they
God
said
bless
that
remote work.
the money was spent on bringing
And also,
illegal
I mean, there's
migrants
ways to like
into our country.
do
They
dry
spent close
cleaning at
to
your
$1 billion
house. Just
dollars,
steam
and these
it.
were
I don't know.
funds, and these were funds that were spent. And
Is
you
that
have
dry?
to say, I mean, I was in North Carolina,
Look at him pretending he
Carolina
cares.
recently, and I looked at
I'm sure there's a
devastation.
way
It
that
was
people
just-
could facilitate
was
doing
just,
dry cleaning type work at their
unbelievable.
house.
There was nobody there from the federal government.
People have been surviving
The
for
local
years without dry
people
cleaning.
have done incredible things. Franklin Graham has done incredible
He
things.
chucked
He's
water
been
bottles at
amazing.
people. Dude, he doesn't
But there was
care about
nobody
people.
there.
Of course he did.
So we're pleased also to be joined by Christy Shamblin, person I know and I've gotten to know over the last year or so, the mother-in-law of fallen Marine Corps Sergeant Nicole G. Nicole made the ultimate sacrifice during the disastrous withdrawal. Not that we were withdrawing. I was going to withdraw, but we were withdrawing with dignity and strength and power, and we
Same
were going to keep
wavelength, same
Bagram,
vibe.
the big air base, because of the fact that it was so close to where China
Where was
makes
he when
their
Puerto
nuclear
Rico got
weapons.
hit by a
1 hour
hurricane?
away.
Yeah, calling them
We should've
garbage. That's
kept
where he
it.
was.
And we didn't
Saying
do
they didn't
that.
deserve any aid or
But,
help, probably.
But the way they withdrew, they took the soldiers out first. No, you take the soldiers out last. I went 18 months without one soldier. I spoke to Abdul, the leader of the Taliban. We went 18 months without one soldier even being shot at. No soldier being
Wireline
killed
and
for
some
18
clothespins.
months. And then we left, and you had this group of incompetent people take over. Guys like Milley should have been fired. They should have been fired.
Shut up.
Anybody that was involved with that disaster should have been fired.
In love with that disaster? Is that what he just said?
She was one of 13 U.S. service members who lost their lives.
'Cause that's
Kamala
crazy
said she was
too.
the
Anyone who made
last
that
person
rain
in the
start,
room, that Kamala was the last
why
person in the
yada.
room. She was
Anyone who
involved
turned
in
on that
everything.
hurricane,
She takes credit for that. She was
why
involved in
yada.
everything. That means she was involved in disaster after disaster, because nothing good has happened with this administration.
This is
except that
fueling
our
the
country has
conspiracy
gone
theories
to
from those
almost a
crazies
third
that are like,
world status.
the Democrats made the
With Biden,
storms,
when,
and they made it hit
when
us
Biden
because
made a decision,
we
she
love
said she was
Trump.
there.
And they
Oh, she
hate
was
that.
there. But the Afghanistan decision was a disaster in so many different ways, and now you take a look at it, they're right back to what they were
Also,
doing
yeah,
before, except
is he
much
asking for
worse.
government
Much
handouts?
Worse to women. They're
Oh,
worse to women
it's such
right
a double
now than they were
standard.
even before it started.
Such a double standard.
But Kamala never reached out to the family members of the warriors.
He's asking for government handouts from a
And
good
she said she was
American
going
business.
to, but she never did. She
with
never
good
called
American
anybody. And
values.
Christy, I'd like you to come up and say a few words, please.
Are we watching this again? Is she talking again? What's going on?
Don't want to give us the people. And yet Biden was covered, and they'd have like 2 people show up. But Kamala is grossly incompetent, a total train wreck who has destroyed everything.
It's
in her
crazy that
path.
he
She's
wrote that
destroyed
down.
everything.
Someone wrote that down and
She
he's
left
reading it.
21 million
Kamala is a total
aliens
train
pour
wreck.
across our country, and then she
First of all, put phonetics
maybe
with her
in
name, you racist
a short
fuck.
while has to go home, and she'll get herself a job someplace, who knows. But think about it, and she can look at the carnage, and she can look at all the people that have been killed. And you haven't seen anything yet, because they've just started. They're just getting comfortable in our country. These are very tough people. These criminals make our criminals look like nice people. And she let the more than 13,000 convicted illegal aliens, nobody would have let these people into our country. And remember, they came out of the worst prisons in the world, the meanest, nastiest prisons in the world. And when she says that she wouldn't do anything different, does that mean that she would have let 325,000 migrant children probably die, most of them, many of them? But
Is
at
this
a minimum, they're slaves or they're sex slaves, and they're all over the country. Does that mean that she wouldn't have changed
right
that?
now?
Does that mean that she wouldn't have changed so many of the other things that led to so much
This is
death?
crazy. It's
and
pushed to the top.
destruction,
When I go to live on
and
my
even
YouTube
financial
channel.
destruction of our country?
It's not
itself?
my
We
YouTube
could end
channel.
up
I'm
in a
not signed in,
depression because
actually.
of what she's left with us.
Maybe that will help.
They are the worst combination president, vice president in the history of our country. And I often say Jimmy Carter's a happy man because his administration, by comparison, was totally brilliant. It was brilliant. After Kamala endorsed defunding the police, she bailed out rioters, looters, and murderers, took them right out of jail.
You mean like the
violent
people
crimes
that
in
were involved in the
United States.
insurrection? Weren't those
Remember,
people bailed
I
out
was
too?
in
Or no?
Minnesota. Minneapolis was burning down. It was burning to the ground. I watched the CNN announcer say, "This is a friendly group of people." And over his shoulder, the entire skyline was burning. I've never seen it. But that's the fake news. But violent crime in the United States is up 37%. All of these different crimes are up anywhere from 37 to 105%
Money
over a
laundering?
very short period of time.
Sex
And it's almost
trafficking?
like nobody even cares about it.
Amongst the elite?
Very simply, Kamala Harris is
What are the crimes?
not fit to be your president. We can't have it happen.
I feel
We
like
can't
he's
have it
falling
happen.
asleep.
We're going to make this country strong again. We're going to make it great again.
I'm gonna
We're
make
be
it happen.
respected again.
We totally did already see this.
Her message has been a message of hate and division. And my message is about saving our economy, securing our border,
This is what we
bringing
missed last
together
week.
the greatest and broadest coalition in American history. There's never been a coalition like this. It's
Girl.
everybody's
A
included.
coalition of white supremacy and Christian
And on issue
nationalism.
after
That's the
issue, she
coalition that
broke
they're
it.
trying to push, my
They
dude.
broke it together.
Please.
But for purposes
please
of this
miss
election,
me.
she broke it. Can't let her go. And I'm going to fix
She
it. I'm
broke
going to fix
what?
it very fast.
Okay, yeah, we heard this shit already. Now that I'm logged in, maybe we could find Something, but okay, well, let's just see what's going on here. Watch. Is there anything going on right now? Live? Is this what? Is it actually live?
It has become.
Where are you going? Okay, there we go. It's because my volume. Finally, he knows how to speak into a microphone. That's why.
Which is why a couple weeks ago, some of y'all saw this.
I had to turn it up so much from Trump.
Mr. Vance.
He's also got 2 mics.
Vote. Mr. Vance had the nerve.
He's also in a big
to
room.
say
He's projecting.
Donald Trump, quote, salvaged the Affordable Care Act. What? What?
Just say you don't.
Donald Trump
people
spent
of
his
color in positions
entire
of power don't want.
presidency
Yeah, right.
trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act, trying to tear it down. And he couldn't even do that right. And now, 8 years after he was elected, he was asked, well, if you did repeal it, what would you replace it with? And he looked, and he kind of fumbled around, and they said, well, I've got
I'm not a huge fan of Obama either. I should probably go ahead and specify
for how to
that.
replace it. Now, I want you to think about this for a second. Let's say your boss gives you an assignment, says, I need it by Friday. Friday rolls around. Your boss comes up to you, says, did you finish that project for me? You say, well, actually, I haven't started. But I do have a concept of a plan.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, of course. Trump doesn't have any fucking plans. He's a moron.
Honey,
he doesn't even know what he's doing. Oh, that's what I wanted to watch.
I've been watching this football game, but I do have a concept of a plan to do.
Let's watch this. I've been wanting to watch this for a minute. Well, since it came out anyways yesterday.
What's up, Milwaukee?
Is it gonna be this bad of quality the whole time?
How you guys doing? I'm nervous. I'm excited.
All right, we don't need the whole spiel.
Where are you, girl? I need patience over here. Tonight, are we ready to make history? Kamala Harris in office for 8 years. Thank you. All right. Vice President Kamala Harris, thank you for having me. I do not take lightly the call to show up, the call to speak up, the call to deliver a message that's been on my heart for a hot minute now.
JK, I wasn't
Now,
there.
I
I'm
took
too
my
busy.
time writing this speech, so I'm gonna make sure I deliver it right. Because I got something I've been wanting to say for a long time. I've been saying it on Twitter, on my Instagram, and I'm ready to tell it to you now. Y'all ready to listen? All right, now. All right. Just like Kamala Harris,
All right.
I too have been the underdog. I've been underestimated. My success belittled and discredited.
He's still using fake news. Of course he's still using fake news, by the way. Whenever people like that find something that gets enough people on their side, how are they still using human shields? Yeah. Absolutely.
Let me tell y'all something. Women have to work 10 times harder, perform 10 times better, and still people question us how we got to the top. They be like, how she got there? Hold on, let me warm up. Yeah. Let me tell you something. I can't stand a bully. But just like Kamala, I always stand up to one. All the time, I'm ready for him.
Always.
Yeah.
Cardi, she's not always standing up to
And
them.
I'm gonna be real with y'all.
Israel's a bully.
I wasn't gonna vote this year. I wasn't. But Kamala Harris joining the race, she changed my mind.
She's like, I have to say her full
completely.
name, or else you won't know who I'm talking about. You'll think I'm talking about Miss Marvel.
I did not have faith on any candidates until she joined the race and said the things that I wanted to hear, that I want to see next in this country. all right? I believe in every word that comes out of her mouth. She's
That's
passionate.
unfortunate.
She's compassionate. She shows empathy. And most of all, she is not delusional. Yeah. Yeah. Kamala recognized that this country is at risk.
Empathy to
that
most.
the economy needs to get stronger, that the cost of food
To
and the
some,
cost of
not even
living is
most.
too high. Damn, it's even high for me.
There's a narrative that
I
the
believe
Israel
her when
thing is retaliation for something Palestine did over a year ago. If you're talking about October 7th, just say that. If you're talking about October 7th, just say that. Hi, C-Mac. I know, seeing Cardi B on stage is wild. Because October 7th was a reaction to decades of oppression and apartheid that perpetuated oppression. Obviously, it's within the nature and the definition of apartheid. That was a retaliation for that, a liberation movement, if you will. That's what October 7th was. Do I think it was right? No. But Israel genociding Palestinians, murdering Palestinians for the last year in the public eye is a tell of how much power they have, that they can do that in everyone's face and not be punished for it. And still be supplied weapons to do it.
She says, under her, buying eggs and milk won't break the bank.
Also,
Because-
rules of war, okay, if the liberation movement, if Hamas did that, when Hamas did that at the music festival a year ago, it doesn't excuse all the civilian murders. It doesn't. They've far surpassed any of the, gosh, what's the proper word? Any of the numbers that are allowed for civilian casualties, which is still awful in my opinion, but I'm also a pacifist. So I think any numbers are bad, but like they've far surpassed what would be okay. They've far surpassed numbers at the Holocaust for civilian murders.
She's gonna pass a ban on price gouging on groceries. And she told me that in my face. So she better not lie to
the
me in my
Geneva,
face.
exactly. Geneva Convention was completely, the Genocide Convention was completely both ignored, disregarded, and has been disregarded for the past year, more than the past year, but in the public eye for the past year. And Israel hasn't even gotten but a slap on the wrist and is still allowed to continue their bombing of hospitals and schools and places of shelter where civilians are staying in shelter, believing that there's still a shred of humanity in Bibi's stupid freaking face.
Yeah. I believe her when she says she will make housing more affordable by providing Americans with $25,000 in down payment assistance.
Their God-given right to their land, which has been negated by Jewish people. By the way, because their God-given right to their land, when in the Bible it says that their land will be given to them, not taken by violence.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. I do love Cardi B.
Yeah. Yeah, she's promising a lot. And I believe her when she says she will provide a tax cut to 100 million middle-class Americans. That's a lot of Americans. And that includes $6,000 for parents in the first year of child's life. Y'all remember when they used to do that? Y'all remember when this country used to do that? Yeah.
When they do what?
And
I missed what
speaking
she
of
said.
health care, child's life. Y'all that's Americans. That's a lot of Americans. And that includes $6,000 for parents in the first year of child's life.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all remember
Okay,
when they used
also,
to do that?
debunking. She said $6,000 in tax cuts, by the way. I just want everyone to remember that. She didn't say she was going to hand $6,000 cash to families, like new families. That's not, she's tax cuts. All of the cash promised is either, I would say, debt elimination, reform, or tax cuts. Nobody's handing out piles of money in their presidency.
I remember when this country used to do that. Yeah. And speaking of healthcare, let's talk about it. Let's talk about healthcare. Did you hear what Donald Trump said
Your
the
religious
other
journey
day?
is you.
Y'all heard what he said? All right, I'm gonna tell you right now. Let me drink my water.
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
I am.
He said he's gonna protect women whether they like it or not. He said he's gonna protect women whether they like it or not. I'm repeating it.
Oh, there it is.
Donnie Dunk, please. Protection for women, especially if we're talking about maternal and mental health care, isn't telling them what to do with their bodies. It's supporting them and giving them the care they need for what they choose to do with their bodies.
They fixed up a bunch of their roads. That's
I don't play
nice.
that.
With the federal
People
funding,
like
that's
Donald
nice.
Trump don't believe women deserve rights.
The fox
And when
will
those
repent.
rights are taken away,
The fox will protect the henhouse, whether it wasn't it or not. What? I thought I read that wrong, but you wrote it weird. The fox will protect the henhouse whether they want it or not. Is that probably what you were trying to say? Hey, Infrastructure Week is coming in just a couple of weeks.
they are nowhere to be found. When a mother's going through postpartum, he's not there to hold her hand. When a child is in foster care or in a shelter
Trump,
because
yeah.
their mother is not mentally stable or financially stable to take care of them,
He
they're
doesn't care.
not there.
Trump doesn't care. That's true.
The people outside planning.
That's true.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah,
It
they're
is.
not there.
It is really a pull factor that Kamala cares a lot about women's rights, and I do take that into consideration heavily. However, I can't get past the sidestepping and looking away from what's happening in Palestine. I can't. It's too gross.
They're all gone. Those people outside Planned Parenthood screaming at women's faces, they don't be there when women go through stuff. They don't. And everything is possible. Shout out to the single moms out there, but it's hard. Trump says he's going to protect women whether they like it or not. Well, if his definition of protection is not the freedom of choice, if his definition of protection is making sure our daughters have fewer rights than our mothers, then I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. We all knew Trump was a hustler. But hustling women, and I'm a hustler too, yeah. But hustling women
kind.
out of their rights to their body is nasty work.
Not the kind that murders people, just to be
Hustling
clear.
Americans out of their hard-earned money by selling Trump watches, Trump sneakers, and Trump Bibles. By the way, the watches is $100,000. Yeah. Made in China, another country he discredited, is nasty too. Let me ask you a question. Wait, is Milwaukee in the building? Is
Milwaukee!
in the building?
Oh, that's where they are. That's why. It's a very unique city.
Let me
It's
ask
a
you
big
this
city,
question.
most segregated.
Do we really
Wait,
trust this man?
what?
with our-
It's a big city and the most segregated in the U.S.? I'm trying to figure out if I'm more surprised that that's the first thing that you thought made it unique, or if it was the fact that that's unique. I'm trying to figure out like what you mean by most segregated too, because if you mean by like, oh, it's weird. If you mean by party, I kind of feel, I mean, I don't know. I haven't been to every state, and I haven't intentionally observed different states or every state's bubbles, if you will. I do think that the two states that I've lived in the longest are very, like, California and Texas are both huge, by the way, the two biggest states in the country. So also there's different towns that have vastly different types of people with tremendously different beliefs. In both states, I've seen that, and voted in both states, and existed in both states, and talked politics with many different people in both states. And that alone lets me know that people move to places based on their politics. Now, whether they want to be alongside the people that are just like them, or if they're going to make waves and challenge the system. But I definitely think that, like, segregation of, I mean, Democrat versus Republican, but I'd say, like, the whole scale of it. Extremists versus far, can't even see us, we're so far left. But if you mean, like, racial segregation, that's fucking crazy, bro. But also, again, like, given the gerrymandering and stuff we were talking about, some cities have, like, a pool of a different race than another. And people care about that sometimes. And those people are fucking weird. Unless, I guess I could see from the, I mean, I can't see from the perspective of, but, you know, if a person of color is scared to move to a place because there's a bunch of white people, like, I understand that.
Our economy. Our economy! A man who cares only about making himself rich and cutting crazy taxes for his billionaire friends. I don't even get a tax cut.
Everyone's like, are you sure about that?
Today is your wallet. Tomorrow, he'll be conning you out of your healthcare rights. And that's a fact. I want you to hear that again. Today, he's hustling you with the, oh, buy my sneakers. Tomorrow is going to be your healthcare rights. He's going to take it away from you. He's going to snatch it.
So my back don't hurt later. I have a little pillow with it. Isn't it cute?
Donald Trump talks about how he has a concept of a plan.
No, that's okay, Sleepy Link. That happens all the time. Like, that's why I asked, because either way, there's a discussion to be had, whether it was racially or politically. You know? It's still interesting either way.
The only concept of a plan he has is a plan to hustle you. Yeah.
Bars.
Because we know what he's really setting us for. He's selling more than watches and sneakers.
Wait,
he's selling us bigotry, misogyny, division, chaos, and confusion. He wants us to hate each other. And it's gonna cost you your money, equal opportunity, affordable health care, and any rights you thought you had for your body. He gonna take it from you. Listen to me. He gonna take it. Thank you, I love you too. I'm not giving Donald Trump a second chance. Nope. I'm not taking any chances with my future, and I damn sure ain't taking no chances with the future of my children. All three of them. All three of them. I'm not giving him the chance. You're not giving him the chance. Yeah. I'm with Kamala. believe in her. And America, I believe in you to turn out on Tuesday. Turn out and turn up on Tuesday. Turn the page and let's win this thing.
She's so pretty, also. Side note.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage elementary school teacher Adrian Culver.
Who? Everyone's like, woohoo.
We on you, chump.
Woohoo? The freak are you talking about?
Isolate.
Oh. Here we are at my YouTube again. Okay. I wanted to see the related videos too. Wait, were they here? That was funny, actually. That was funny. I can acknowledge it. It was funny. Calm down. Let me see highlights. The highlights. Let's see the highlights. I like
News.
that.
The Des Moines Register is out with a brand new poll conducted by Jan Selzer's firm. This, as you know, is the gold standard of polling in Iowa, and it shows Vice President Harris with a 3-point lead over Donald Trump in that state. Harris has the support of 47% of likely voters to Trump's 44%.
November 3rd,
that result
today.
Within the margin of
That
error.
was today.
Joining us now, pollster Jan Selzer.
This is what I saw earlier.
All right.
Some of it, not this part.
Jayanne, obviously you are bringing, we're coming on air right now with this polling. And I mean, we could just put it up on the screen for folks because I didn't have this on my bingo card, as I like to say. Vice President Kamala Harris, 47%.
When I
Donald
voted,
Trump,
I checked.
44%. Take us inside your poll. What is new
Highlights
here?
is an
We know
interesting
that there's a
word
majority of
to
Iowa
choose
men
from,
in this
yeah.
poll that say they prefer Trump. A majority of women prefer Harris. Among likely Iowa voters, this seems like something is happening.
It does seem like something's happening. Now, we've been living with the numbers day by day as we've been gathering the data. So we've had a little bit of time to get over the initial shock. You know, Iowa is a very
What's
Republican
happening?
state.
You're surprised
There's only
that men
one
are voting
person at
for a
statewide
competent
office or
human because
federal
she's a woman?
office who is a Democrat. So to have the presidential
Is that shocking to
candidate
you?
lead by a
There are a lot of
substantive
men.
margin
Sorry, not men. There's
was
plenty of men that are
shocking to
voting for
begin
her.
with. One of the reasons she
Again,
is
I don't
leading
think
is
either
because
of
of
them
her
should get votes.
strength
I
with
think both of them
women
should
generally.
lose. So.
Even stronger with women age 65 and over. Her margin is more than 2 to 1, and this is an age group that shows up to vote or votes early in disproportionately large numbers. So it's a bit of the boost that Kamala Harris has gotten this time.
You know, for me, this is very telling of a lot of the effort and the importance of a little thing called ground game. And when a campaign coming in with 107 days to make the case to communities across the country, and we know the importance of communities like ours, Iowa's.
Okay, so they're shocked
particularly as
because
you get close.
hold on, are they shocked because like of the direct numbers of voting for one's own gender, or are they shocked because Kamala got into the race so late and is beating Trump right now? Because I don't know, I feel like that would be kind of obvious to me. I think that maybe I'm just in my little circle or in my bubble, but I think that like everyone kind of hated the choices that we had before. And now there's a divide between people who are like, okay, well, like Kamala's actually great, and people who are like, nah, she's still perpetuating like the idea that it's okay that there's a genocide, and she's still standing by while the country gives them all the military aid that they could ask for and more to continue killing oppressed Palestinians. Like, other than that, you know, they're about the same.
Closer to the election as it is in the beginning, right? So here we are at the end. What's your take on that aspect of this, that the
Or maybe they're
numbers have
surprised it's going
changed
blue.
so dramatically
Yeah.
from the 18 points that Donald
Women
Trump
are
had
idiots.
to
That's not
now
true.
Kamala Harris.
I know you're
over
making a
Joe
joke,
Biden,
but I just
18
want to
points.
specify, I don't think that men are idiots. I think that there are a bunch of dumb people. And half of them are men and half of them are women. Don't quote me on that. Maybe not half. Maybe not half. But there are like so many dumb women and so many dumb men. I'm just saying, like, the proportion of stupid to stupid for like how dumb each of the candidates are in comparison to the fact that they're getting votes not only from their own gender but the opposite gender, and yet Trump's getting like so many votes from men.
Points
You know what I'm
to
saying?
now having Kamala Harris up by 3.
It's,
I don't think men are dumb.
clearly
We're all
there's
dumb,
something
exactly.
going on here if our poll numbers are correct, and it's the same method that I've used really since I started
Truly one
polling.
different stream
So
today.
we
Yeah,
have a good
that's right.
accuracy rate. We're comfortable with what it is that we do, which is to allow our data to reveal to us what's happening with the future electorate. So that may be the little lucky charm here, is that we're able to uncover the change that's happening on the ground. We certainly know anecdotally, as you drive around the metro area, you see far more, I guess I'd say far fewer Trump signs than we've seen in past cycles. But, you know, it's hard to put too much faith in that. So now we have some hard numbers. We'll see. I will just mention that neither of these
52%
candidates
of
gets to
men
50%.
are apparently idiots.
So there still is some swing left to be determined on election
Just the
night.
ones that are voting for
It has been fun to watch all of the folks who follow polls on Twitter try to decide what your poll means for other states. And so I wonder, when you look at white voters specifically, if you think there is something in your poll that you can extrapolate out to Michigan, to Wisconsin, to Pennsylvania?
Well, as your graphics are showing, there is clearly a gender gap there. Iowa is predominantly white, so there's not much analysis we can do on the non-white vote. But I think what it does say is that polls that are deciding...
Wait, what? At first I thought you were making a joke, but are you asking a serious question? This might be a separate question, but how do you feel you build an audience that is so kind and like-minded, or at least on the same page? Oh no, you're actually asking like a cutie-ass question. That's rhetorical, right? I mean, I think that like, I know you're probably joking, but I feel like the audience that I build is going to be like, and that have built so far, there's many different views and understandings, but it's supposed to be a safe place to talk about it, you know, in a normal manner. So I feel like if we're like-minded, that's cool. If we're not, that's also cool. Maybe. You know, my rules are my rules on my channel. And yeah, like I think that like things can be talked about, and so if people feel safe, that's great, and that's the kind of place that I want to build.
They know what the future electorate
Mostly
looks
sincere.
like.
Oh, my bad, dude. I've been in Twitch spaces that are not as warm. Of course. Of course. Very liberal use of the block button. Yeah, like I'm not quick to block though.
Maybe basing it on past electorates. And in some cases, that would give Harris an advantage, and in some states, that would give Kamala Harris an advantage, or some would give Donald Trump the advantage. So we'll see how that plays out. I just feel like these numbers represent, our last poll in September had Trump leading by just a 4-point margin, when Joe Biden back in June had lost by an 18-point margin. So we're certainly seeing an upward, almost linear shift in the Democratic strength in Iowa.
Scorpion, one of my mods is saying he doesn't
I just want to note that
use the band
only
sword.
Democrat elected statewide in Iowa, Rob Sand, when your poll came out, he
Are people dumb because they lack the basic principle of various things, or are they dumb because their view doesn't align with others? If it's the second, I don't think they're ignorant at best. But then again, anything that doesn't align with our own interests would be viewed as so. I think that's really different based on the person. Like, you know, if you're dumb to someone but are actually quite educated on the subject that you guys don't align on, I mean, that's like, you know, one person. And then there's somebody that's just disagreeing with no backing to their reasons for disagreeing, and that's another kind of stupid and ignorant. You don't think they're ignorant? They lack the basic principle of various things. Like, also, what do you mean by that? That's a kind of a vague way to describe. They lack the basic principle of various things, like the basic knowledge, like common sense. Is that what you're saying? Are they dumb because they lack common sense? Not always.
To me, and Rob has been saying for a very long time, he is the state auditor, that there have been many close losses in Iowa, and Iowa is in fact a place that's in play for Democrats. And this poll, to me, indicates perhaps Rob Sanders, right? You know, by putting in the work, infrastructure, as Chairman Steele just noted, have Democrats made Iowa more competitive because of their presence there, and also the issue of reproductive rights? Because that was something that bubbled up on the ground throughout the state, namely led by the governor herself.
Oh, if you're saying they're ignorant at best, then yeah. At best. Well, not mindfully, that's not the right word. Unintentionally ignorant. Because sometimes people really do buy into the idea that ignorance is bliss, and therefore just abstain from partaking in the systems that control us and that are supposed to keep us safe. Or me actively knowing I was wrong 10 minutes ago and I'm trying to make you mad. Yeah, but you still don't do that.
Right. Well, I would mention that Rob Sand is that one Democrat elected statewide. So he's got his finger on the pulse of what's happening in the Democratic Party. As we were trying to determine, you know, this is a very short poll because there's no time left to write lengthy stories with lots of data in them. So we don't have as much data as we might like about why this is happening.
Why?
But our consensus from the reporters who work this beat is that the 6-month abortion ban went into effect just this past summer. And so I think as Iowans are starting to see the consequences of that, I think it has gotten people interested in voting. The thing we noticed in our September poll that shrunk Trump's
Please. How could you do what you said you were going to do? How could you take away our abortion rights when you said you were going to do that? Oh, I thought you were just saying that to make Republicans happy. Yeah, and now they're doing it. And then they did it.
Percentage points
to make them happy.
He lost no actual ground. He had as many respondents supporting him in September as he had in June, but the size of the likely voter pool had increased, and most of that 85 respondents went to Kamala Harris.
So Jan, let's talk about sort of the why, because that's the world I like to live in as a former party official. Is okay, why are voters doing what they're doing? Organization, as we just talked about, you and Simone, you know, that sort of planning that is all good and smart. It's all critically important. But the why narrative tells us a lot of the inside thoughts of the voters. And there are two aspects of the messaging here that feeds into the why. For the Trump people, the narrative that they tried to get up and out in front of voters was, are you better off, right, than you were 4 years ago? For the Harris campaign, it was a different kind of approach. It was, okay, I want you to size the two of us up. And you tell me which one you think is going to be better suited to take care of the nation's interests over their own. And I'm curious as you look at them, I'm sure you're going to peel back on these numbers a little bit more, but do you get a sense of the why in that space that the voters looked at the messaging here as a way to sort of the carrot that led them to where we are right now?
Well, I think that question about are you better off, that people tend to think, well, that's your pocketbook. There are other ways that people are not better off. And again, I go back to the Dobbs decision and the 6-week abortion ban, which put women of childbearing age into a danger zone. Some might feel it's that way. The thing I need to point out, and it was pointed out to me by one of the Register reporters, is that this change, I think, is largely.
Okay, hold on. She's like murdering brain cells for me right now. I feel like the reason that they did that, the reason that the differentiation between their campaigns were targeting different parts of the opponent, and Kamala is being like, she villainized Trump because he's a natural born villain. Like, he's so easy to villainize. It's an easy target. And she needed an easy target because she's running as the first woman of color president, first woman president. And she's also late in the game. She wasn't at the presidential debates last year. Biden was. So, like, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. He's an easy he's so easily vilifiable. He got vilified before she even got there. It was an easy target. And then what did they say that Trump used? I already forgot.
Which one you think is going to be better suited to take care of the nation's interests over their own?
Oh, that was right after he said her.
You know, that sort of planning that is all good and smart. It's all critically important. But the why narrative tells us a lot of the inside thoughts of the voters. And there are two aspects of the messaging here that feeds into the why. For the Trump people, the narrative that they tried to get up and out in front of voters was, are you better off, right, than you were 4 years ago? For the Harris.
Okay, in that part, Trump's doing that because that's his only defense. Right now, bad. So bad. The way he left the state of the office, horrible. And of course it's going to affect the 4 years after. You put these people in the Supreme Court that fucking overthrew Roe v. Wade. Like, you put people that are not of the best interest, but rather are Christian nationalists into power, blurring the line between church and state that has been very boldly and clearly drawn for ever. Now, that's out on the surface anyways. Behind closed doors, we all know that there's been some shady shit with the churches. But yeah, Trump went wide like that. Oh, remember like 4 years ago when I was your president and everything was great because of me? And then right after I was president, everything changed, right? It was so crazy. No, it had been getting shitty throughout your presidency because you let things happen, and also there was a pandemic that you lied about, that you misled people through, that you handled horribly. What other strategy does he have? He's a convicted felon. Sorry, not convicted, whatever, felon. He's, you know what I mean? Is he convicted? Yeah, convicted of, right? 35, 36? What are we talking about here? Okay.
First campaign, it was a different kind of
Food
approach. It was,
recalls,
okay,
yeah.
I want you to size the two of us up. And you tell me which one you think is going to be better suited to take care of the nation's interests over their own. And I'm curious as you look at them, I'm sure you're going to peel back on these numbers a little bit more. But do you get a sense of the why?
Candidate.
Well, as a former pre-med student at Johns Hopkins University, I appreciate organic chemistry. Jay Ann Seltzer, thank you so much for being with us
Stop.
tonight.
Wait, we missed like a joke.
So I
When
think
did they
there's
start
something
flirting?
more
What's happening?
organic that people are deciding for themselves. This is the time I'm going to get off the bench. I'm going to show up, and that it appears from my data that that is happening more on the people deciding to vote for Kamala Harris, the Democratic candidate. The Register reporters is that this change, I think, is largely organic. That is, the presidential campaigns haven't visited. They're not putting money into this state. So that it's not that this is something that has been created by the campaigns themselves. I think was largely written off, which is why this poll is such a surprise. So I think there's something more organic that people are deciding for themselves. This is the time I'm going to get off the bench. I'm going to show up, and that it appears from my data that that is happening more on the people deciding to vote for Kamala Harris, the Democratic candidate.
Well, as a former pre-med student at Johns Hopkins University, I appreciate organic chemistry. Jay Ann Seltzer, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris is delivering a dire warning to Americans who might still be on the fence about who to vote for on Election Day.
This is not someone who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is increasingly unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and the man is out for unchecked power. And in less than 90 days, it's either going to be him or me in the Oval Office.
That's really unfortunate that you said that out loud.
Now, this comes as we see Donald Trump on defense after using what little
And there
time
are
he has
so
to
many other
deliver a
candidates.
closing message to attack former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming.
You ship it?
It's a fake news,
The
and
reporters,
they're trying to make
that's funny.
something out of it, and it's so biased to start off with. And all I'm saying is she was a nutty war hawk. You know, she wants to go to war with anybody that moves and lose a lot of people, lose a lot of soldiers, put the nation in trouble.
Now, I want to play the comments that sparked intense backlash. Here is Trump speaking at an event in Arizona with Tucker Carlson on Thursday.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with
Didn't we
9
just hear-
barrels shooting at her,
Oh, yeah.
okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. But she's a stupid person.
Trump maintains that he was simply criticizing Cheney for being a war hawk. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays, slightly different interpretation. She has announced an investigation into Trump's comments as potential death threats against Liz Cheney. It is no
Okay,
wonder
that's
Trump's remarks
ridiculous.
have been
He's
so
fu-
divisive.
he's
After all,
stupid.
he has regularly used violent rhetoric to talk about
And that's
his
he's a
perceived
bad person.
adversaries.
Of course he says
and this
shit like
comes as
that.
we are learning more about secret plans for a MAGA takeover
I mean,
of
it's
the
going to help
federal
him.
government
Whatever.
if Trump
it's not going to help
reclaims
him.
the White House.
And then
Like
it is going to
most
help him because
things
people
in
are fucking
Trump world,
crazy.
it all leads back to Project 2025. Earlier this week, ProPublica and Documented released a report which uncovered shocking videos of private speeches delivered by this guy, Russell Vought. He is a chief Project 2025 architect and the president of the far-right think tank, the Center for Renewing America. Watch.
That sounds like a very
We want
scary
the
place.
bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work.
I doubt
Because they
that.
are they are increasingly
Don't you want us to
viewed
create
as the
commerce?
villains. We want their
Participate
funding to be
in
shut down
commerce?
so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma. We're trying to build a shadow office of legal
My
counsel
guy.
so that
What?
when a future president says, what legal authorities do I need to shut down the riots, we want to be able to shut down the riots and not have the legal community or the defense community to come in and say that's an inappropriate use of what you're trying to do.
We want to be able to murder people
who
that
has
protest
remained a
against
close
us.
ally
Just
of
let
Trump
us
since
do that.
Leaving government, went on to call these plans
We
a
want to be able to
response
kill
the,
people
quote,
at peaceful
Marxist takeover of
protests.
the
Just
United
let us
States.
do that.
They also likened this moment in history to 1776 and 1860. You know, when the U.S. was at war or on the brink of war. This is the extreme framework Vote and MAGA leaders are pushing over and over and over again. And there is good reason to believe that this is much more than just rhetoric. Back in August, ProPublica and Documented shared previously unpublished training videos training future political appointees in a hypothetical Trump administration and offering advice on how to change the way the federal government functions. According to a ProPublica review, 29 of the 36 speakers featured in that training video or those training videos have worked for Trump in some capacity. And then there's everything we have heard from Trump himself. According to an NBC News review of Trump's public comments, he has called for the criminal prosecution of 16 politicians, 15 law enforcement, military, and intelligence officials just since he entered the 2024 race. He has also threatened the prosecution of workers of federal public health agencies, tech billionaires, and basically anyone who engages in what he has called, quote, unscrupulous behavior. But the question is, could Trump actually carry out unprecedented prosecutions? Well, NBC News asked current and former Justice Department and FBI officials and a group of legal experts that very same question. And they all said, yes, there are ways around the guardrails, even though doing so would shatter half a century
Did he not
of
want to say
post-war.
breath?
Of the
Is that why
36
he did that?
speakers featured in that training video or those training videos have
that why
worked
he said
for
it so
Trump
weird?
in some unscrupulous behavior. But the question is, could Trump actually carry out unprecedented prosecutions? Well, NBC News asked current and former Justice Department and FBI officials and a group of legal experts that very same question.
They really try to downplay
And they all said,
2025. Like,
yes,
it's not their plan.
there
No,
are
truly.
ways around the guardrails, even though doing so would shatter
Like, their names
half a
aren't literally
century
on it.
of post-Watergate
It's crazy.
norms in this country.
It's crazy.
For starters, a new president appoints about 300 senior Justice Department officials, including powerful positions in U.S. attorneys who ultimately run offices across the country. All 300 of those appointees must be confirmed by the Senate, but multiple former officials said they fear Trump would install partisans who are willing to do his bidding. According to ABC News, one of the names on a draft
did that
list
already.
of people Trump might nominate as
He literally
Attorney
did that.
General
He
is,
literally did that with the
you might
Supreme
recognize
Court.
her, U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon. She is the one who, of course, threw out the classified documents case
crazy.
against him in Florida. Also on the list, this guy, Jeffrey Clark, a mid-level Justice Department official who backed Trump's claims of 2020 election fraud. Of course, you'll remember that days before the January 6th insurrection, Trump attempted, and luckily failed, to install Clark as the acting Attorney General at the time. And speaking of acting Attorney Generals, Trump's more hardline advisors have discussed appointing a series of them since they wouldn't require confirmation from the Senate. In fact, under current federal law, an acting attorney general can serve up to 210 days at a time. And it doesn't end there. One of Trump's more far-reaching proposals, Schedule F, calls for the reclassification of about 50,000 civil servants across the federal government. In other words, they could be hired, promoted, and fired at the whims of Donald Trump and his inner circle. Even if Trump
Dude,
never
he's literally
took
making
action
his
on Schedule F,
utopia.
officials and experts said
He's like,
the
if I could have had it
likely
my
outcome
way
of
last
this level of
time,
upheaval
I would have
would
just
be
been
an
able to
even more
point you
extreme
fired, point you
version
fired,
of the
just like in
chaos
my
and legal
TV show.
battles
Okay, I
that
started to
marked
sound like
his
Bernie
first
Sanders
term.
at the end. My bad.
So what is the big takeaway here? Don't call Donald Trump potentially in a second term a comeback. Let's call it what it is. It would be a revenge tour that Trump and his allies have spent years meticulously planning and telling us about. Joining me now to
Except
discuss
they
this
really
knowledge
do
on
be like
Fast,
using the
MSNBC
same word
political
all
analyst,
throughout the
host of
week,
the
like
Fast Politics podcast,
the
and special correspondent for Vanity Fair,
Democratic
Charles Coleman Jr.,
places,
MSNBC legal
the
analyst, former
Democratic,
prosecutor and host of the Charles Coleman.
News sources and the Republican ones, they're like, revenge, 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 revenge. They're like, weird, weird, weird. He's weird. He's weird. He's weird. He's just weird. Hey, he's weird. They like say the same words and then it goes, they all say it for that week. And then there's like a new word of the week. Are you guys meeting? Are the politicians meeting with the news sources every week and just, this is the word of the week. Everyone use it as inspiration for your reporting. Forget about objectivity. Forget about it. Revenge. Trump wants revenge. That's the message we're pushing this week. Actually, yes. They share talking points. Yeah, no, for real. I was like, as soon as I just described it, I'm like, yeah, no, actually, that's exactly what happens.
Podcast, and Jason Stanley, professor of philosophy at Yale University. He is, of course, the author of erasing history, how fascists rewrite the past to control the future. It's great to have all three of you in person here.
And that's exactly
Molly,
what they're doing.
Your reaction to what is happening, I would argue in plain
Trump
sight.
banning
It may
all
not
Bibles
get the
except the
national
Bible he
attention
wrote
that,
or
it
made
gets.
or
People
approved.
go about their lives. A lot of people thought after 2020 the Trump chapter is over.
Them trying
They
to
stopped paying attention.
erase history, replace things like that are meaningful and impactful to the progression, the progress that America's had, like trying to replace what is it, the picture of Martin Luther King shaking the hand of like JFK or some shit, I don't even fucking know, with the picture of like Nixon shaking some motherfucker's hand that's like, I don't know, like that's Republican also. Trying to eliminate all the things that they've done in the past so that it's okay to do it in the future because it's unprecedented now, even though it's not.
Attention to the votes of the world or the Steve Bannons of the world thinking we had dodged a bullet. And yet here we are 4 years later, now going back, listening to these tapes, finding these comments where they are telling us in plain sight how they want to remake the American government in their vision.
Yeah, so Project 2025 operates from the theory that the first Trump administration was a failure because they were not able to remake the federal government the way they want to. So a lot of the stuff you're hearing about is this idea of firing all of the federal employees, making them Schedule F. And the goal here is really to shrink the federal government, get rid of things like the Department of Education, which Trump
And
has
to surround
mused
himself
about.
with yes men and women and theys. Yes peoples. Anyone that's gonna, yeah, no, sure, absolutely, Mr. President. Everything he says is Bible.
And the EPA and NOAA and a lot of the government services that are nonpartisan, scientific, et cetera. And then to get rid of really all the nonpartisan employees in the federal government. Remember, there are tens of thousands of people who work in the federal government, and install them with loyalists. So it's part of it is really to make the federal government an arm of the Trump campaign, right? To make the DOJ serve the pleasure of Donald Trump. And you'll remember the Supreme Court last season gave him this very vague sort of immunity that he can sort of use for anything he wants, and that is so unstructured that he really could just do anything with it.
Centrist Democrats, Marxists, is exactly what the National Socialists, Gleichschaltung, what the Nazis call Gleichschaltung, which is replacement.
Whoa, we're backing up again. Why do I keep jumping in on these crazy
with
parts?
his ideology, and it now has become a cult of Donald Trump, and now he wants to do that to
Bro,
the federal
when
government.
does it get interesting?
Grant,
Give
it's
me the
certainly a
starting
playbook. I mean,
point.
Jay,
Holy crap.
You've got Doug Vogt here talking about creating a shadow legal counsel, traumatically affecting bureaucrats, going after them. Everything Trumpism infects becomes infested. You look at his takeover of the Republican Party. We thought at some point the Republican Party would be able to withstand him and stand up to him. That has not happened. He has completely infested the party with his ideology, and it now has become
Or it's synergistic. He doesn't have ideology on a lot of things. He's like, whatever fuels my money.
Yeah, you said the scary
Whatever
part.
makes me
I think there are
in
many
president
scary
power.
parts here. I agree with
Mr.
Russell
Power
Bolt
President.
that it is a historical moment, but it's not
No,
1776.
sure, yeah, I love
it's
women and their rights.
1932. This is
Duh.
just a perfect blueprint of National Socialism circa 1932. What they're doing is called Gleichschaltung, what the Nazis called Gleichschaltung, which is replacement of all agencies by loyalists, by Nazi party members,
Wait,
Nazi
is he
party
talking about
loyalists. So you replace everyone.
He's talking about Trump. I was like,
this tactic,
doing
rhetorical
that while
tactic of calling
Kamala and Tim are on the
centrist Democrats,
Tim
Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, centrist Democrats, Marxists, is exactly what the National Socialists did. The idea that there's a Marxist takeover of the United States is one of the more absurd ideas floating around today. But what it's going to justify is targeting political opponents as national enemies. And that's what the National Socialists did. The first people they targeted were the Social Democrats, the moderates. And they said they're dangerous Marxists, and they imprisoned them. And that's kind of the playbook that it looks like now.
Okay, Donald Trump is rallying his supporters in Pennsylvania right now. And he seems to really be leaning into his violent rhetoric in the home stretch of this campaign. Listen to what he just said in Pennsylvania just moments ago.
I can't wait.
I have a piece of glass over here.
No.
And I don't have a piece of glass there.
Oh my God.
And I have this piece of glass here.
I'm old enough to remember
But
when
all we
Howard
have really
Dean
over
getting
here is the
loud
fake
when
news,
at a
right?
rally, being enough to get him off the ticket. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And to get me,
And now our
somebody would have
president,
to shoot
our
through the fake
our
news.
ex-president who's running, our candidate.
And I don't mind that so much.
The candidate, one of the candidates.
Joining me now is
is
House
being
Speaker
so
Emerita
loud
Nancy
all the
Pelosi.
time
It's great
about
to see
nonsense.
you, Speaker Pelosi, 2
and is
days
still on
before
the
the
ticket.
election, and there's so much I want to talk to you
Gary
about.
Hart had to drop
Healthcare,
out 'cause he had
abortion
an
rights,
affair.
everything
Yeah,
at stake here.
that
I do want to
sucks.
start with those
That sucks
comments
that he was that
because I mean your family knows better than just about any family in America the very real consequences of Trump's violent rhetoric, and I just want to get your reaction to what he just said at this rally, what we just played for the audience.
Good morning. Wonderful to be with you again on this weekend before the election. I think that what
You okay? Whoa.
the ex-president just said is further indication of his cognitive degeneration. You saw recently we was talking about
He's
whether
old.
he chose
He doesn't know what he's saying.
electrocution or being eaten by sharks. Something's very wrong there. And indicative in it also is diminishing the power of the press,
Nance.
which is the guardian of our freedom in our country. So I think people who might thinking about voting for him have to know that he can't last as president for 4 years with his brain deteriorating at the rate that it is, and is clearly evident. And they may be voting for President Vance, which would be a horrible thing for our country. You're right. Our
Term
family
limits and
has
retirement ages.
experienced
I
the
concur.
violence. Where is
Here,
Nancy?
here.
Where's Nancy? Coming into our house, violating the sanctity of our home, the safety of my husband, looking for me, echoing what was said on January 6th in the Capitol. Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy? Was coming up to punish me for what I had said about Donald Trump.
And I raise it because I think there's a fear people have out there. And we saw
so
some
crazy that
violent
you brought
language.
that
This
up
wasn't
right
an
now.
anomaly.
That's
As
wild
you
that
and
you
everybody
brought
knows
that
out
up
there
right
who's
now.
watching, he had some violent language when he was discussing
5
Liz
different
Cheney
apps
this
to track
week. He suggested
Nancy Pelosi's stock trades.
he would not
Know how to
be
get hit
such a
big.
war
Yeah, I know.
hawk
I saw that
if she had
TikTok.
guns
You wanna
turned on her
invest, follow
face.
Nancy
His
Pelosi.
campaign doubled down on that language. He seems to be, I raise this because he seems to know what he's doing, and we've seen
Mitch
this
McConnell
before.
was literally having mini strokes
Do
at the
you
mic.
think he
No,
knows that
truly.
he's potentially inciting violence
And then
against
they
her,
pretended like he
violence
wasn't
against
doing
you,
that.
violence
They were like,
against
no, nothing
others,
happened.
who
What are you
he
talking about?
raises and threatens publicly?
He was thinking. Mitch McConnell was thinking.
Well, it does have a
It's
chilling
like Des
effect
caught
on
it.
people
Like,
who may want to run for office to think that they would be endangering themselves or, more importantly, their
He had
families.
a mini
But I
stroke
will
on
say
TV.
this, because the
In
Liz
front of
Cheney,
everyone.
you
We
think
all
that
saw
that
it.
would be something that
Make him
would
retire.
be so dispositive of people's votes. But there's some people whose only vote by the fact that they're very wealthy and they don't want to pay taxes, and their corporations don't want any protections. And that's really sad that their patriotism, they pledge allegiance to their tax return and not to our country and our Constitution and our future.
What
And
are
I
the
will say
returns
this
coming
because what
from?
you said
Our taxes. The taxes that we're paying to our country. What are you talking about? They pledge allegiance to their tax returns. Yeah, bitch, I want to check. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The least the country could do is give back to me like I give back to the country. Like, what are you talking? This is driving me crazy. Okay.
Earlier about a woman's right to choose and all of the things that is implied in that in terms of safety and the rest for women. This is violence against women. He may not know that, but when he says things like,
Crazy
I want
for her
to
to act like
protect
she doesn't
women,
pledge
whether
allegiance to a
they like
motherfucking
it
check too.
or not,
Please.
that is violence against women. Would you want your son to say that to anyone? Would you want your daughter to be told that?
Actually,
would you want
pausing to really emphasize that she also pledged allegiances to a mother freaking check. Thank you.
your husband to say that to you? Whether you like it or not, violence against women. Violence against women's safety by taking away women's, disrespecting women. in a life-threatening way in terms
using
of their
feminism,
reproductive health.
using
so women have a lot to
anti-misogyny,
lose in this election, but they, and more importantly, have a lot to gain by
to
the election
pander
of Kamala Harris. And let's talk about her instead of
to
him.
allow people to dissociate from a genocide.
Let's talk about her. And I, you know, what's so exciting, I've well, women in politics. I haven't been a woman in politics as long or as high as you have been, but
Yeah,
it is exciting
she's
as a woman in
100
politics
millionaire.
to see women outvoting
It's
men
about
in early
billionaires not paying
voting.
their fair
Harris
share,
is
and
up
we're
20
worried about
points
saving a
among
penny
women
over
in
the
Iowa,
country.
according
Yeah.
to a no poll. This all seems to be
But
getting
she
under
does that
Trump's
too,
skin. We
is
don't
my
have
point.
to talk about him. But what I'm curious for you, you have such a gut for politics. Do you think there are women out there who are not being captured in the polls, who may be voting for Trump? Maybe they're not telling their husband. Maybe they're not telling their Trump family. Because we've seen such a movement
Girl,
on
put
that
them
front, and
chonkers
because
away.
people are
What you
understandably
doing?
repulsed by the things Trump is saying and also his policies on women's issues.
Yes, I do. I've been to almost every one of the, recently to every one in the last few weeks, to every one of the states of significance in terms of the Electoral College. And what we see is, of course, women just saying, I'm with you, the Republican women saying to our candidates for the
she's
House,
acting all
because the
innocent
House
for what?
you know, is there as well. And let me just tell you something about the House. When we talk about Dobbs and the limitation on women's freedom that that decision was, and that we have to win this election to respect women and the rest. Understand this: when Dobbs passed,
we need to win so that we can save all the women. Okay, we need to win so we can save all the women, says the Democratic Party. We can save the women. That's 50%, right? Yeah, we can save the women. Wait, how many women are in America? Oh, fuck. We can really, really save the women. We can save y'all so much. We can save y'all time. We can save you on car insurance. We can make sure that you can get abortions whenever you want. You can get away with it whenever you want, okay? Okay, and what about everything else? What about literally everything else? You just get to skate by because you're the lesser of two evils?
We put a bit, we're still in control. I put on the floor something that would enshrine Roe v. Wade into law in our country. Not one Republican voted for it.
Does enshrine mean codify? Does enshrine mean put in writing forever into the Constitution? Is that what that means?
And I put on the floor something from Kathy Manning of North Carolina, which said women have a right to contraception. Women have a right to contraception. Some of my members said to me, why are you doing that? They're going to vote for this, and they'll you know, look like they've had a different view of things.
And remember, the immigration topic comes up. These people got 5 houses and barbed wire fence around them all. No, seriously. And they always conflate drug trafficking to the immigration, and it's the same shit every time, and it's the same shit to make it seem like, ooh, we're the good guys and we're gonna get those bad guys, when in reality we're the bad guys.
I said, I know the territory, okay? We put this on the floor. Out of 200, we had the majority to win it, but of the Republicans who voted, 203, 8 voted yes. 8 people, not 8%, 8 members voted, Republicans voted yes, that women have a right to contraception. 195 voted that women do not have a right to contraception. Contraception. So again, women should know how disrespected they are, because these are toadies. You know, the Speaker of the House is a toady.
You should have been the push to codify this Roe v. Wade before now,
and that's going to be very important.
Because you've been in the government for 800 years.
For the future of our country, but also on January 6th.
So what now? Why now, when you can barely finish a sentence?
And as I had it before, says she self-servingly, to make sure that we went to the floor of the House to show that we
That's crazy. Alberta just decided that doctors do not know best when it comes to trans rights. That's disgusting.
Their insurrection incited
their
by
domestic staff.
the former president of the United States failed when they were telling me, oh, you have to do this in an undisclosed location with the members bussed in. I said, no, we're not We're going to the floor of the House to make sure people know, and Hakeem has to have that gavel then, and not only the gavel, but the votes to accept the results of the election, whatever they may be.
Joining us right now, we have Democratic Senator of Maryland, Ben Cardin. Senator, awfully good to see you again, sir. And let's get to the big question. Do you expect Kamala Harris
there's a
will
huge
become the next
MSNBC
president
sign
of the
behind
United
him in
States?
front
And
of the
if
city
so,
Capitol.
What are
That's
you seeing
crazy.
that makes you believe it?
Wow.
Well, it's good to be with you.
That must
Yes,
have
I
been
do
so
believe
expensive.
the vice president will win the presidency, and it'll be President Harris.
It looks like caution tape.
Come
I know it's
later
green
this
screen, okay, whatever.
week. What gives me hope is I see the energy that's on the ground. I've been in other states. In my own state of Maryland, we have an interesting race for Senate, and I can see the energy levels here and the commitment levels and the ground game that's being waged on behalf of Vice President Harris. So it gives me a great deal of confidence that the voters are going to elect the vice president as our next president.
Senator, you are the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. So if you're right and Kamala Harris becomes the next president, whether it's the evolving situation in Ukraine, the ongoing unrest in the Middle East, how would you, sir, advise her to try and calm these conflicts in ways perhaps the Biden administration has not been able to?
Well, Vice President Harris is really steeped in knowledge on both what's going on in Ukraine and what's going on in the Middle East. I've already had conversations with her in regards to both of these areas. In regards to Ukraine, we've got to stand up against Mr. Putin and his aggression. We've got to stand with Ukraine. They're the front line of our fight to preserve democratic states. We can't let a country take territory through force, and that would not end with Ukraine, and we know that.
We can't let a country take territory with force.
Peace in the Middle East, and that means security and isolating Iran and the threat of Iran and its proxies, working with our partners in the region so that the Palestinians and the Israelis can live side by side in peace. And I think the Vice President understands this, has a game plan.
So that they can live side by side in peace after we force them off of their land. Maybe some of them will come back because they survived or whatever. So we can form a two-state solution sometime, eventually. But we can't allow a country to push people off their land in Ukraine. We can't allow that. No. Palestine, what's that? I've never heard of that.
On both Ukraine and on the Middle East under
Let's keep those
Harris
wars going.
administration.
Exactly.
Okay. I know that you
What
just
about my
wrote an op-ed
stock? What
for
about my stock in the military?
MSNBC.com, and in it you say that
What
Trump
about
calls himself a political
weapons that I
prisoner.
sell?
That's an
What about
insult
that?
to
I
these
was supposed
real
to make
heroes.
money. My
Tell
other
me
five
what inspired you
businesses?
to publish this message.
It's crazy.
Well, it really is an
It's not
affront. I saw him
enough.
try
I
to
want
raise
more money.
off the fact
Just
that
give
he
me my
claims that he's a
money.
political prisoner. These human rights defenders globally that put their lives on the line in order to fight for democracy in their country, they have risked their lives. I met one, I know one very well, Vladimir Kara-Murza. I was with him this past week, who was poisoned twice by Mr. Putin and was imprisoned, thought he would die in the Russian prisons just for opposing the war in Ukraine, in Russia. He was released due to the work of the Biden-Harris administration. It's an affront.
Jeez, that sounds so familiar. So familiar. He was in trouble and imprisoned for being against war? Oh, but then he was released because Biden and Kamala fought for him. See, therein lies the difference.
What they stand for, fighting for the human rights of the people of their country. President Trump was tried under an independent judicial system and convicted by his peers in a jury trial. And to compare what he's going through with what these human rights defenders that have been political prisoners around the world is just an affront to the decency and courage of these individuals.
Well said. Let's move to the Democrats who are staring down a fierce battle to keep control of the Senate.
Didn't say anything again about
Palestine. Across this country. We know, sir, that you're
Yeah,
retiring.
no. We need to protect Ukraine for sure. Two-state solution, and then for sure, protect Ukraine because look at this one time that this guy was imprisoned for not wanting there to be a war.
Well, I'm very hopeful that Democrats will maintain control of the United States
Senate.
We're going to do our job.
Tens of thousands, over 100,000 now. people who have been murdered, not imprisoned in Palestine. Murdered. Not in prison.
Maryland with the election of Angela Alsobrooks. So I know we have competitive races. We also have some of the Republicans that are up for election that we hope to make some progress on it. Make no mistake about it, the control of the Senate is the ability to control the agenda of the United States Senate. And we saw under Republican control what they did in regards to President Obama's judicial selections, including Merrick Garland not even getting a vote in the United States Senate for the Supreme Court. So we know what's at stake, and I think the people of this country knows what's at stake. And if you believe in the Democratic agenda, if you want President Harris to be able to get her agenda through, we also need to keep control of the United States Senate.
And I'm sure you've been following all these races very closely, but which of your colleagues that's now locked in tight races do you think will end up surprising us most on election night? Is there a name that sticks out for you?
Well, I think we have some of our challengers. What's happening in Texas, what's happening in Florida, what's happening in some of the other states. I think you're going to see some surprises there. I think our Democratic incumbents are going to do well. I know they have some very tough races, but we're optimistic. We've all been working together to make sure that all of our incumbents win, and perhaps we can pick up a seat or two.
Okay, and so that means Allred, Mucarsel-Powell, you're looking at specifically that have a good shot. Is there a particular Democratic senator that you're most concerned for due to a very competitive race?
Well, obviously, we recognize that John Tester has a really tough race in Montana. We also recognize Ohio is a tough state for Sherrod Brown. We know Tammy Baldwin's running a great campaign in Wisconsin, but that's a tough state. Jackie Rosen in Nevada. These are states that we recognize, of course, Bob Casey in the key state of Pennsylvania. These are all challenging races. We think we have the right candidates, and we think we have the right message, and we're optimistic we can win these races.
All right. Well, Senator Cardin, I want to thank you not only for your time today, but
until last night. Before I show you these numbers, and you may have seen them, but you should know where they come from. And they come from Ann Seltzer, the widely respected, incredibly accurate historically pollster at the Des Moines Register in Iowa. The phrase gold standard gets thrown around a lot in polling, but I can tell you in Gallup. And there are signs we just don't know what the outcome of the election is going to be on Tuesday. And I'm going to talk to Pete Buttigieg and Nancy Pelosi today, two of the smartest minds in the Democratic Party.
Didn't we already talk to Nancy?
They don't know what's going to happen, the outcome's going to be either.
Girl,
but
I don't think you knew how that sentence was going to end.
Everything we don't know yet.
I don't know the outcome
there's
of
a
that
lot we do
idea.
know about the choice and the stakes of this election. And for me, as crazy and disorienting as this campaign season has been, I hope that these final few days have provided the country with a level of clarity. I mean, this week Trump said he'll protect women, quote, whether they like it or not. Whether they like it or not. Now, here is how I heard that. As a creepy, condescending threat from a guy who was himself found liable for sexual abuse, who said he could grab women because when you're a star, they let you do that sort of thing, who appointed the 3 Supreme Court justices who overturned a woman's right to make choices about their own health care. That's how I heard it. And hearing that kind of thing might be clarifying for women in these final days. I certainly hope it is. Trump also said this week that RFK Jr., one of the country's leading vaccine conspiracy theorists, is, quote, going to work on health and women's health, adding, quote, he can do anything he wants. That prospect definitely
Have I mentioned that I
the mind,
like our stream of having
and he also fantasized out loud about watching one of his fiercest female critics.
What? Having the Bar Association make recommendations on judge appointments versus judge being political opponents. That's cool.
Liz Cheney standing in front of a firing squad.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing.
Please.
Of course I am. But 2 days out from this election, I remain hopeful that there are. Starting us off today is transportation.
Let's go see the Pete
It's
talk.
bait. In other words, it's a distraction, and we should focus on the positives of Harris and less on the negatives of Trump. That's always a tricky balance. Well, there is not a shred of ambiguity left. So am I concerned? Am I anxious that there aren't enough people in those battleground states who see this choice for what it is? Of course I am. But 2 days out from this election, I remain hopeful that there are. Starting us off today is Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. He's joining us from Michigan in his personal capacity. It's great to see you. I have to start with this brand new poll out of Iowa, a state you won in a Democratic caucus back in 2020. We all remember that. You also did some local media in Iowa last week, which sent the internet a spur. What do you make of that poll, knowing Iowa as you know it, knowing the electorate as you know it?
Well, yeah, I spent a lot of time in Iowa, and on one level, it's remarkable, and on another level, I could see it. Look, Iowa is full of people who think for themselves, folks who are not afraid to cross party lines, who usually vote this way but decide to vote that way based on the candidates. And, you know, it tracks with the fact that we've seen, as far as I can tell, an unprecedented number of Republicans out there saying, hey, this time, you got to vote for the Democrats. So, look, it's only one poll. You don't want to get carried away. But if you do live and breathe this stuff, you know that this might be the most famous name in polling, certainly in Iowa, and somebody who's extremely rigorous. So I think what that tells us is not just what could happen in Iowa, but what is happening across the country. And I've got to tell you, and I say this in all humility because nobody really knows anything for sure until the election ends, but it is consistent with how it feels right now on the ground in Michigan. I'm right now at a field office in Ingham County, been crisscrossing the state for the last day and a half, and there's an extraordinary amount of energy. We just
can do well, perhaps, among the
to choose. That was a promise that he made to the far.
Well,
you know, Donald Trump broke almost every promise that he made, but he did manage to keep a couple. And one of them was that he promised to destroy a woman's right to choose. That was a promise that he made to the far religious right. And then he kept that promise and destroyed that right. Every American woman had a nationwide right to choose before he came to power, and now don't. And that's an enormously important thing that, look, I think not just women, but the men who care about women and about freedom in this country should be motivated by.
That is,
it's something that I think you
wins,
do see
it's going
reflected.
to
If
be
anything, I would guess
on the
it may be a little bit
backs of
hard to capture in the polls, just how strong of a force that is.
Because
women
they're
as a force
all pushing
really,
it so much.
helped
It's the only
change
thing
things
that they
in
can really be
2022.
proud of.
We had election results in the midterms that kind of went against the laws of political physics. Usually you don't see Democrats do that well when there's a Democratic president. But I think that had a lot to do with it. Right here in Michigan, I was proud in 2022 to vote for the ballot initiative to secure the right to choose for women here in this state. But that ought to be a national right. The whole point of a constitutional right is that it applies to everybody everywhere in the country. And I think about, you know, I'm pretty sure my mom is watching us right now. And she and I want to make sure that my daughter has as many rights or more than my mom had. And we're all in this together to make sure that's a reality. And that starts with making sure Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States.
I think a lot of people are wondering, what can they do? How should they be talking in these final days? You've responded to some recent headlines about Trump, like about his rally at Madison Square Garden by saying it's bait. In other words, it's a distraction. And we should focus on the positives of Harris and less on the negatives of Trump. That's always a tricky balance, you know, not giving Trump oxygen while still holding him accountable. And I'm just wondering, as you're out there on the trail over the next couple of days, how are you balancing that? How do you hope people balance that who are out there speaking publicly and privately about the choice here?
Yeah, it is a tough balance because he does things that are so outrageous, so wrong, so dangerous that we have to respond. But I think the more we're talking about him, the less we're talking about you, the voter, the American family that has so much on the line. And I do think we need to be out there reminding folks that it's not about chasing the latest silly thing he did or disturbing thing that he did or said online. It's about making sure that we make it more affordable to live in this country, that we restore a woman's right to choose, that we grow our economy, and remind everybody why they personally will be better off with her in charge. There's one other message that I think is important, and it is something that is kind of evoked by all of the craziness and some of the ugliness of his campaign, which is I think there's a lot of people, left, right, and center in this country, who are just yearning for a more normal future, one which frankly has a more normal Republican Party. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for politics not to be punching you in the face every day, every time you turn on the news, because we can get back to a way of doing things in this country where, of course, we're not always going to agree. But it's not this constant in-your-face death match that it's felt like, whether he's president or whether he's candidate. And I got to tell you, if he leads the Republican Party to defeat the third time in a row,
it's been a death match for
2022
most
midterms
presidents that have competed.
And now, then it will finally,
that have been
lead us to a
elected
moment
because
where
of war.
The Republican Party
I'd call that a
finds
death
some way to part ways with what him and everything he
Internal
represents.
war too, by the
and
way.
we can sometimes, just sometimes,
i.e.
like at Thanksgiving
police
dinner,
officer.
maybe leave politics
Police
on the back
violence, I mean.
burner.
Did I just cut him off? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. All right, I'm going to go cook dinner and then go to sleep because I have to be on set. But holy crap, dude. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's tricky to know what's right in the situation because we have to remember that they're politics. And the politics are what fuel the politicians and their beliefs. What they can get paid for. Like, we have to take everything with a grain of salt. So while you decide over these next 2 days that you have, my American friends in the chat, make sure you're educating on yourself on not just the two main partisan whatever candidates, but also the nonpartisan candidates, the third party candidates, everyone else. Because while our vote might not fully determine the president like the 2016 election showed us, it will at least connect us to know that there are other people like us with our beliefs. Vote how you feel, vote what you believe in, and also know what you believe in, and really don't let people trick you into believing something that isn't. As you read your ballots for whatever state you're in, the wording is important. Make sure you're understanding what the importance of each proposition and measure is to them. Look at who's opposing it, looking at who's for it. Pay attention to these things. Pay attention to your feelings, your morals, the ethics that you've created for your belief system over time. And then vote accordingly. Either way, we're going to be okay. Either way, we're going to be okay. And I say either way after that whole spiel. Anyway, we're going to be okay. It's like time to shake shit up. You know what I mean? It's time to shake shit up. You don't know about that. Hi, TDK. I mean, I guess it depends on your definition of okay. But I think we'll be okay. Hi. All right, darlings. Election night. Hopefully I get wrapped not super late. And I'll come home and stream. If I could stream on set, I would. But that would, like, literally, that's not, I can't. Can't do that. We're going to chat. We're going to check in. And then after that, we're going to be on the road, dude. We're going to be in freaking Texas. We're going to do a Texas stream next week. Or this week. So that'll be fun. And we can talk about the election still. Talk about what's going on, what's going to happen. Things that, how everyone's feeling. And we'll go from there. Bye-bye. Bye-bye to you, Duke. Super happy that you guys could drop in today. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I hope that